Oh, hello. Wow, that's loud. Be a little bit less loud, maybe. Hi! It's not loud to you, is it? I don't think it is. Oh wait, I don't even think you can hear it. Never mind. Now you can hear it. There's background music. It was really loud for me for a second. Hi! Happy Thursday! For some reason it feels like I haven't streamed in like a week. And I don't know why. But hello. I was wondering. You're wondering? What are you wondering? Are you wondering what I was talking about? That would be what? Hey! My hair! I don't know what... Bald seems to just make me permanently lack hair, and I don't know what that's about. But I do still have a skull. Although you can tell that it doesn't fit the... inside of the back of my head properly. But, hello! Hi! I am Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist fungi, although I have been removed of all of my fungi traits currently. I am mostly a art educator. Right now I'm also a skier. I say as somebody who's never gone skiing once in their life. But hi! LaQuesson, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Last time, we'll see. We'll get there. We'll talk about that a little bit. But hi! Hello! Welcome in. Today, we're going to talk about the character design of AFK Journey / Arena. Because, man, this game has been on my list of potential ones for us to critique as a poll option since, I believe, the very beginning, which means it has been on the list for probably about a year and about 5 months-ish. A year and about 4 or 5 months? Crazy long time. This game received no love in any of the polls. It gets beat out by every new option that we add to the list every single time without fail. And this isn't even like a Guilty Gear situation where, oh, thank you for the drink. This isn't even a Guilty Gear situation where Guilty Gear Strive was on there and I was like, no, I want to talk about it. I want to see it. Come on. I want to. And then finally it did win in a vote, like, I think like 3 or 4 months after I'd put it on there. This game has just lost every single time. And the thing is, I'm not that particularly invested or interested or attached to it. However, I have had it on the list forever because, as you are saying, the game is so stylish. And it's always been. AFK Arena had fantastic art direction. They had a lot of very Art Nouveau inspired illustration and also some Art Deco inspired illustration, but the art direction was just fantastic. It was lovely. So then they released a new game a little bit over a year ago, I think, too. I think I was even talking about it back when it was new, and it still wasn't a game with enough hype around it for it to win in any of the polls. Although granted, back then it was going against some Hoyoverse titles, which may make it a little bit tough to win. But it's so stylish. It's so stylish. So I have to lock in today because there are actually so many character designs that I would like to talk about in some capacity that unless I just like start, we're never going to even remotely get very far with any of them. So I kind of just have to get us going. But hi. Uh-oh. Gary silence. Gary, why did your voice switch back? Your voice was fine. Why did your voice switch back? That's not nice. Here, I'll fix it. I'll make him do it again. Oh, Gary, come on. Where is... Oh, that's why. The option that I had for him is once again not here. What happened? Okay, try again. Gary? Gary, you got this? Gary, hello? Gary, you got it? You got this, Gary. Come on, go. Now to Rotata. Gary, are you saying A's at the end of everything on purpose? I think you may be. The Gary who can't sing the movie. Yeah, just like Hatsune Miku. His mouth is moving. Wait, did you not hear him? I heard him. You can't hear him? Oh, come on. Why does this always happen? Why? Hang on. Properties? It's that one. It's the one. God, I'm gonna close it and reopen it. I hate this application. I did update it. Somebody asked me if I updated it. I updated it. But this application hates me for no reason. And it keeps, every time I close it, it keeps switching the voice back to something that doesn't work. Let's try again. Let's see. Can you hear him? Don't worry, Reba. I don't think we're gonna need a refund. I think it'll work. Hang on. How about now?
Heya, it me Gaia. Hope you've been doing well. Yes, I'm doing this joke again, eh? Anyway, imagorna oskaya tosignatisa thinga. Also drink up all of the hot chocolate. Now to Rotata.
You sound like you're speaking Pig Latin, Gary, which is not something that I remember how to do. I used to know how to speak in Pig Latin, but I can't any longer. But there we go. I'm glad you're playing around with your language skills, Gary, and adding fun new letters to the end of your sentences. Try it with an O next time. But I've no signing. Yes, spinning. Yes, hot chalky. What are things to address there? Yeah, that's about it. No. Yeah. Anyways, what in the world is Pig Latin? Pig Latin is when you... Let me see if I remember how it works. It's like, if you were trying to say hi, it'd be I, hey. Where you take the first letter of the word and you attach it to A at the end, which is why that sounded like Pig Latin to me. So if I was to say, hi, I'm Squiiji, it'd be I, hey, I, a, or I may... No, wait, hang on. Wait. That's hard when you have a word that's a one letter. How do you do I? I, hey. EA? Ouija? Squay? Say? It's so hard. I don't know how to do it. Do you guys want to speak in Big Latin? I can't remember. Is this not a thing kids do in school anymore to try and confuse their teachers so they can't snoop on them? Or is it the boys won't hear what they're saying? Or is the girls, I guess, won't hear what they're saying? Or who? So anyone won't hear what they're saying? It's like a secret language? What? No. If the first letter is a vowel, then you just add A to the end. Oh, okay, wait. If the first letter is a vowel, you just add A to the end? So I didn't know that rule. There's people really good at Pig Latin in grade school. Yeah, it was a thing. I swear, I promise to you. I didn't use it very much because my friend and I would just finger spell in sign language to each other. Which is incredibly more extra and takes a much longer time to do. We both didn't know enough overlapping sign language to sign most words, so we would just finger spell to each other in the middle of class, under the desk and whatever. Late pulls out shrink gun. Okay, I'm bracing myself. I'm ready. I'm braced. Okay, shrink gun. Got it. Okay, thanks. ASL is one of the best forms of communication. I wholeheartedly agree with you. I think that it is something that should be taught in every school, starting in elementary school, genuinely. Whatever, ASL, ESL, whichever one it is for the country or place that you live in, you should be taught that starting in grade school. I believe so strongly.
Hayo Ngano spendo my moneo, so I will be broko, because I at the seasono of the gifto. Enio to continue with those streamo.
Thank you, Salma, and thank you, Gary, who is no longer on screen. He's waving his little arms. Uppies! He's too short. Is that Aussie slang? I think I've actually heard the word. I know, because I know smoko is an actual slang. I think that's why my brain thinks that broko could actually be slang, but people should use ASL more, especially divers. Yes, that's what I'm saying. There are so many circumstances where volume is such a limiting factor, where it's either mandated silence or the volume is so loud you couldn't hear someone trying to discuss something with you anyway. So even if you yourself are not a part of the deaf or hard of hearing community, you probably should learn it anyway. It's well worth it. I say as somebody who is incredibly rusty and speaks a can do a terrible, caveman level of ASL. My ESL is all in the wrong order. Is it ASL? Is it ESL? Why am I saying ESL, but you're all saying ASL? What is the truth? What is it? Is it ASL? Has the name changed, or am I just saying the wrong thing? I might be just saying the wrong thing. American Sign Language. ASL's American. American and English? Yeah. What? There's multiple forms. ESL's English Sign Language. Oh! I don't know ASL. I know ESL, I think. ESL's English Second Language. Wait, okay, hang on. That could also be what's confusing me accidentally. I thought English sign. Wait, hang on. Is there a more universal one? Different versions of sign language depending on country. Yeah, I knew that one. English Sign Language. Okay, I might just be confusing myself. But my sign language is lacking and in the wrong order. Because I don't get to use it very often. And I've tried to do some sign language on stream, but it doesn't track my hands accurately enough for you to see any amount of if I were to finger spell my name, you wouldn't be able to tell what I'm doing because my fingers, I have 4 fingers being held up right now. I'm doing the sign language for the letter P. You can't tell. You can't see that I'm doing that. It just doesn't work. So there's some of them work. Nope, that's an I. J. Yeah, no. Some letters just don't work with my hand tracking. I need a better hand tracker for it. But I'd love to see if there's a VTuber who does a lot of sign language with some hand tracking somehow. This language in my country is called BIM. B-I-M. Wait, that's kind of fun, though. Would it track better in the first 2.0 model? Maybe a little bit better, but I think my, actual physical hand tracker is the limiting factor here because, it's not so much so that it's not tracking the digits correctly. Usually what tracks weird with these hands is that they, don't close enough or too much because of the proportions. Right now they're working weirdly enough, even though they're really microscopic. My thumb doesn't rotate properly on this model because my thumb is proportioned differently. Also, there's a lot of goofy little things happening, but yeah. Been a new form of sign language created for use in VR chat. Ooh, that is interesting. I didn't know that. Huh. If they can do it in VR chat, I'd imagine there has to be a way that could translate for VTubing usage, because I think your finger tracking is even more limited there than it is otherwise. Don't know. Recall that short. Interesting. Hello, this shroomate who's hanging out my face for a while. Hi, welcome. Anyways, hang on. I got off topic. I literally came here today and was like, I'm gonna be so on topic. We're gonna get started. First thing out of the gate, we're gonna be so on top of it, and now I'm talking about sign language. Why am I talking about sign language? I don't even remember why I started. How did I get here? Oh, Pig Latin. Gary speaking and saying certain things. I see. Let me manually restore my hair also. I think I've just been planted into hair purgatory. I think for some reason my hair toggle does not work with this model, and I don't know why. Let me see. Let me bring my hair back. I have to like completely reload the model in order for it to bring my hair back. There we go. I'm free! I'm safe! Did I just see Twitch start a hype train, question mark, and then have it go away? Is that what I just witnessed? Nice work, Twitch. Other signs for Japanese, I learned a bit from an anime. Sign of affection. Oh! Someone viewers teaching sign language during COVID. Huh. Interesting. Different countries have different sign language despite speaking the same language, vocal language, and it's always confusing. Oh yeah, I knew that in England the sign language is different than in America, which is interesting. Oh, it said Sade gifted a sub, but I don't see it. Did it? Thank you, Sade, if you did. If you didn't want it announced, then sorry. I tried subbing. Oh wait, you have a little gift box. You saying you're a sub gifter, which I think means you gifted a sub today. Technical difficulties all day. Oh, Twitch. Oh, Twitch. Oh, Twitch. We can still say thank you anyway. Hi, welcome back. I'm sorry you're having technical difficulties, though. I can't really do anything about it, but thank you for being here. Thank you, Sade. We can do a little honorary rotation, even though Twitch is deciding to cause problems. Classic Twitch. Anyways, hang on. Focus, 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 focus. I'm so focused. I'm locked in. I'm going to explain what I'm doing today. So, AFK Arena has been on the poll options since the very beginning. I just want to get it off the poll option so we can just have a totally fresh, clean, new poll without any holdovers from the past, because I want to finally start working in things that aren't just gacha games into the things we critique. Because that's like most of what we've done. I think the only games we've critiqued that weren't gacha games were Guilty Gear Strive, the Date Anything, which we didn't even do a regular critique for, we just did a tier list for, and Splatoon. I think that's it in my now year and almost a half of being a streamer. So, I would like for us to be able to branch out, and to do that, we still have a couple gacha games that I think are on the list, but I just want to get this one off of there. We're just gonna clear it. Because, man, it has such good character design and art direction, just in general. As seems to be the case with many a game produced by Lilith Games. Which is funny, we're doing 2 Lilith games back to back. I think, what, 2-3 weeks ago, we were talking about Dislight, which is another game created by Lilith Games, at least in part. I believe there's another company associated with that one. I'm not sure if there's another company involved with AFK Arena/Journey, but it is also Lilith Games. But once again, this game seems to struggle from the same issue as Dislight, which is that they create some absolutely banger character designs, but the game isn't interesting or fun enough to keep people around for very long, it seems like. So, like, I have a little history with this, I guess, series now, I could call it. I played AFK Arena in, like, whenever it released, whenever it came out. I played AFK Arena whenever that game came out, which is the predecessor to Journey. Because the character designs looked cool, the art direction was really nice, and it was like something I didn't have to spend a lot of time in, because the whole point of the game, at least originally, was that you can be away from your keyboard. You would just, like, you know, log in for a couple minutes each day, and then build up the abilities of your team, and then log out so you could gain some of the rewards in-game, and then come back and, you know, use those little rewards, all the little monies and things, to upgrade your characters further. So it had a gameplay loop that was sort of based around see number get bigger. And, you know, there have been a number of, like, offline types of games throughout the years that have done relatively well. People have enjoyed. So Makes sense. But now they've forayed into a game that is still gacha based, but has a little bit more combat stuff happening in it, that it seems like it's a little bit more involved, and supposedly there's story happening now. Yeah, also, disclaimer, no offense to AFK enjoyers at all. I am just one character designer's thoughts, and my critiques here, if I'm critiquing gameplay and stuff, I haven't played Journey. I played Arena, so I can't critique the gameplay of Journey. So anything I say here, take with a grain of salt. So, these are just my theories as to why I think this game may have lost in the poll so many times, which is that, things I know about the game as an outsider, as somebody who has seen a crazy amount of marketing for this game, surprisingly. I have seen so many ads on TikTok, on YouTube, on Twitter for this game. I've seen an incredible amount. And we had talked before about how they did a lot of sponsored content with a lot of big YouTubers and or streamers. So I saw a lot of things about the game existing, and yet I know nothing about it. I somehow knew more about Genshin Impact just from advertisements. So I think there may be something odd happening in the way that they were advertising. And then secondarily, I feel like the story is just not very strong, which is a problem with Arena. AFK Arena had a story, I think. Don't quote me on this, because if it did, I remember none of it. If it didn't, then that would make sense of it. But it seems like the general consensus among even people who play AFK Journey is that the story is just completely skippable. Anywhere I look online to find a plot synopsis of this game, because, you know, I'm doing research for this title, so that way I can apply my understanding of the plot and of the world to the concepts of the characters, so I just have a better understanding of them within the context of the game. Everywhere I looked was people just saying, it's skippable. Here's like a one-sentence explanation of the story. You don't really need anything other than this to explain or understand it at all. That's it. The story was literally the intro and a couple short paragraphs. That's it. I see. Yeah, from my research, all I gathered was that typical gacha game title story, which is you play as a character who has memory loss. And you are gathering a band of funny little heroes to go save the day. And the flavor of this one is that you are Merlin, a mage who there's some history for, but you are gathering your heroes to pull the sword from the stone. So like we're doing like King Arthur type of myth somewhere in the plot line, question mark, I guess. But that seems to be all the more related. The King Arthur plotline is to the actual game, as far as I know. Lore's pretty extensive, actual story was non-existent. Yeah, I know that some of the characters have some, like, lore behind them. I know that some of the characters have, like, relationships to each other and get along or don't get along, or, like, family ties, because in AFK Arena, you got bonuses based on, like, for the gameplay based on certain characters and how they interacted with each other. So, like, if you had Shamira, I think, what is his name? Not Thorin. What is his name? There's a guy, his name is, like, Thoron or something. Nate starts with a T. And you had Damien. The three of them were, like, a unit group that could get better rewards or something, I feel like? Or, like, they just did better in combat together. There's also, like, faction advantage in this game where, from my memory of this game, there are 6 factions, and you can generally tell which characters are a member of which faction based on their color palette and some of the silhouette choices and also some of the animal traits they may or may not have. Yeah. Like Marvel Rivals team-up buffs. Yeah, kind of. I think so. I like the wishlist system. You can wish for a character you want, and there's a slightly higher chance you get them, at least in Journey. Yeah, that's how it was in AFK Arena, too, which is why I played it. Joby and I actually played it together. We never spent any money in that game, and I honestly forget that that game was even a gacha game, because most of the game for me was just, oh, look how cute they are! The designs are so cute! And they had a bunch of, like, alternate gameplay modes that weren't, like, the actual regular game. They'd had, like, mini-games in the game that I would play, like, between teaching or between other things. So I guess it was a gacha game, but it wasn't as evil as I've seen some. Uma Musume. Not to shoot shots at one of my favorites, but anyways. So, I know I should probably do my disclaimers. That's really what I should do now. I've said many a thing. I've said many things. So, disclaimers. Hi, I'm Squiiji. I teach character design, and I've taught it at the university level. I've almost exclusively taught character design as mostly my full income for the last year and a half also. So I know a little bit about what I'm talking about here, but I am just one fun little guy, one little fun guy even. So if you don't agree with things I have to say, that is a-okay, and you are welcome to dispute me kindly in the comments if you would like, with kindness. Or if you're here while I'm live, you're welcome to say, hey, you missed something, hey, that's inaccurate, hey, this, hey, that, hey, have you considered this? Go for it. Don't one guy me though. Do not one guy me. I will not tolerate it. Do not tell me lies. You can joke around if you want to use the like slash JK or the tone indicator to let me know that you are not being serious. But please don't one guy me. Please don't tell me lies. So, as I was researching the lore of the characters, I should explain the things I do know about the game, which is sort of what I was starting to do before I got distracted. So, the things I do know about the game as far as context goes is that there are 6 factions. You can identify characters' allegiance due to color scheme and their attire. Those factions are Lightbearers, Wilders, Maulers, Graveborn, Celestials, and Hypogeans. This is all from memory. I remember these things. So we'll see if that is something I can effectively do when I look at these character designs as a cold read. Secondary is that there are also 6 classes, which I'm not sure was actually the case back in Arena, but it may have been. But the 6 classes of characters are Tank, Warrior, Marksman, Mage, Rogue, and Support. And once again, these should all be things that should be probably guessable based on the visual design of a character. It was? Okay. The problem I'm having is that since I read all these things about this game, in my memory, I've now merged the 2 games, and I was like, I don't want to inaccurately say this was a thing when it may not have been, and I'm just overwriting old memories. So, thanks! If you one guy will throw you into wet concrete, yeah, and the shroommates will sit on you and hold you down until it sets, and you'll be trapped there forever, like Han Solo in his what was he trapped in? Carbonite? Something like that? I almost said carborundum. Nope. Do you know what carborundum is? That's a printmaker word, accidentally. AFK Journey added Ariana Grande in the game. Lying. Okay, but I wouldn't be surprised if they did, because isn't she in some game? There's a game that she's in. Confusingly. She's in, like, a gacha game somewhere. I swear to you. She is. What's carborundum? Carborundum is a grit that is used in stone lithography to grind the surface of the stone to the smooth, usable textures. Like, you use carborundum grit that is, like, about 50, and then, like, they're listed in grit strengths like sandpaper. I think that is probably what goes into making sandpaper, but yeah, so you use, like, 50 grit, and then you would work your way up to, like, 100 grit, and then 120 grit, and then 160 grit, and then 180 grit. And if you're going real hard, you could go 200 grit, 230 grit. Yeah. But what do they put Han Solo in? I can't remember. It's a different VA for CRK Glinda, not Ariana. So wait, so they have the Wicked characters in Cookie Run Kingdom. That's not even what I was talking about, but the fact that she's kind of in Cookie Run Kingdom is interesting. She's in Dress to Impress? Is she really? Ariana? Interesting. Carbonite, I had it? Oh, okay, I second-guessed myself. Sorry, my printmaking brain took over instead. She was in Final Fantasy something? Was she really? Callie, you better not be lying to me. They put Ariana in Final Fantasy? That cannot be. Wait, was she in Brave Exvius? Oh my god, wait! What? Hang on, you're kidding me. That is insane. Okay. There's an Ariana Grande inspired character in Final Fantasy Brave Exvius, which isn't even a game that is around anymore. Oh, and she's in like a bunny suit. This is so weird. What? That one, I played this game, and then it went away. There's no global version anymore. Wicked characters are in Dress to Impress? What world of crossovers are we in now? This is crazy. So strange to me. Oxide Earth, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Oh my god, I have to show you this. Hang on. We'll like lock in and do the right thing, but I just have to show you Ariana. Ariana! It's It's weird seeing photos of her that are not recent. Hang on. Where do I want to go? What room? This room. We'll get to the room. Nope, hang on, I've done it again. Oops, I did it again. I went to the wrong room this time. Oh, shroommates. There we go. Sounds normal for Final Fantasy. Gact is in there after all, but a few others based off real celebrities. Probably, but like of all people, Ariana. Look at her. Here she is. Dangerous Ariana and her exclusive equipment. I don't think I was playing the game at the point in time where this came out. Dark Symphony raid event? Oh my god, look at her. This is so wild. Limited event equipment. Oh man. Isn't Jane Animations an AFK Journey? Is she in Journey or is she in... I think she's in AFK Arena. I think her collab started before Journey existed. Potentially. But that's another whole level of interesting to me, which is collabs that occur with streamers and YouTubers. It's like Markiplier being in... Was he in Dislight? Which one was he in? I don't even remember. We've looked at too many games for too long. I know 2 games with that style. Yeah, this game was pixel art, and I loved it, and it was really good. Microphone looks like something. Oh, it does look like something. Oh, yeah, they do look like something. Dangerous. Anyways, should we also grade designs based on how well they fit in their faction as the bonus point? So that's going to be a part of concept and motif. I don't know if I was going to do that as a bonus point specifically, because then that might inflate their scores a little bit, but generally, I don't think they're really going to need that bonus point. Hint. So let me like move us in the right direction here. So, oh wait, hang on. Do I move us in the right direction? I have one more thing I need to crash out about before we start. I have a crash out. Yeah, I won't crash out about it. I'm not gonna crash out. I'm gonna be a big, strong EG and will hold myself together, and I'm not going to be too bothered. All I'm going to explain about this feeling that I have is that I would like to, at some point, I don't know how well this would go over, but I would like to, at some point, I don't know if, I don't think it should be a stream, but I would like to, at some point, address, something that we haven't actually run into yet in character design, which is amazing to me, because it's something that I've encountered quite often in private character design consultations, which is how to design your characters so that they don't reference Nazism. Because for as easy as that sounds to be a thing, apparently it's not. And I think we have gotten far too unfamiliar with what a Nazi uniform looks like, and what a Nazi is, and what their symbolism is, and what dog whistles are. People are confused. There's an event going on in VTubing right now, which I am not going to give my particular 2 cents about the particular instance of it, but there is a trouble in anime specifically, which leaks over into VTubing, which is that in Japan, the Imperial and Nazi German style of military attire is something that is not vilified. It is something that, for some reason, is just kind of left be. They still use it quite a lot in character design and in anime character design. So there is a dangerous thing that happens often, which is that person sees anime character who is wearing an outfit that is somewhat inspired by some sort of fascist military outfit. Then person says, oh, I want to be like the anime character, and then they take it a step further away from the initial point, but it is still only 2 steps away from being that. So, granted, there's a couple things. There's a lot of depth to this, and yes, there is a very dangerous conversation happening around it right now, where if you say something totally normal and adjusted about this, you're going to get headhunted, apparently, which is not great. But, I am very often having to warn people in consultations of, hey, it looks cool. I get it. That was intentional. That was the intent of the way that that clothing was designed for the Germans, for the Nazi party. They wanted it to be stylish. That's propaganda. So that's why it has kind of stuck around, unfortunately. You know, we tend to like sleek clothing. It's dark. Knee-high boots can kind of be a sleigh sometimes, but if you combine a certain combo of characteristics, it's going to, unfortunately, elicit certain reactions from people. So my general stance that I am usually giving people in consultations is do not combine the colors of red and black. If you are going to do a military style attire or design, probably don't. It's not very safe. If you use literally any other color as a secondary color, you may be okay. Add a little white in there. You'll probably be okay. Avoid things with wings. That also doesn't go well. Avoid things that reference weather. That also doesn't work well. But if you do those things, you can still have a military style outfit. Like, we're saying kind of like somewhat modern military, not contemporary, but like modern. We're talking like mid-19th century. There's ways you can have a military uniform that is not going to spark certain iconography and is not going to upset people. Striker, your colors do include red, but if you were to use gradients that ombre and orange, if you were to use gold as opposed to silver, because I think gold is in your palette already, if you were to have a little bit of white, if you were to change the proportioning of certain elements of the clothing, there's things you can do to make it not fall into that category, but I think that it's just something that people aren't as familiar with as they should be, and therefore there is both people who accuse things that don't actually resemble Nazi uniforms as being Nazi uniforms, and then on the other hand, there are things that totally are 100% a reference to a Nazi uniform, slipping through the cracks, and people just are like, oh, it's so cool, and I'm like, ah! So both things happen. I'm not going to say anything about the current situation about which side of that it is. However, dangerous. Dangerous, just be aware of yourself and what you are doing and do your research if you like to do those things. And I have beef with a character from the Love and Deep Space game because he is making it so much worse in my consultations because, man. Anyways, sorry. That's my mini brief crash out about this. As a character designer, I have thoughts about it, so. Just where people bring this up because it feels like a lot of symbols also just got taken for malicious reasons. Yeah. As Death from Akamega Kill comes to mind, but she's actually evil. So that's the whole point. So there's a character in the Love and Deep Space game, I don't remember what his name is, but he shows up all the time in my private consultations where fellas are like, oh, people are really into this character. I would love to have a military style outfit. It's not Zane. That's not what his name is. No. If you said his name, I'd know what his name is, but I don't remember. But anyways, he has a outfit that is like almost one-to-one with a Nazi uniform, what you'd expect of it. It's got the button style, it has the color palette, he has an armband, he's got the exact hat shape, that I think they use wings as a motif somewhere in it, like, it is very one-to-one. But in that game, because I had to do some research, because I was like, why in the world is that there? It's because he's evil! It's because he's part of something evil! Caleb, that's the one. Yeah, that one, Caleb. It's because the group he is a part of where he is wearing that as a uniform are like a weird authoritarian group that is evil. They're bad. It's like the stormtroopers. Not stormtroopers. It's like some of the members of in Star Wars. the people who were not the stormtroopers, my god, the Empire in Star Wars intentionally mimic the design of Nazis, but that's because they're also evil. So if it is a character that is evil, it's fine. You can do that. We're vilifying it. It makes sense. It's fine. But if you're going to represent yourself that way, just be aware that of what company you're keeping and be careful. Yeah. You're crying. I see you're crying. Anyways, yeah. But that's the problem, is that people don't realize, hey, I like the villains. The villains look cool. I want to look like the villains. And then they don't realize that by looking like the villains, they are looking like something else. So anyways, I just needed to crash out about that real quick because I feel like this is a conversation that is being held right now that is, like wildly confusing to me. It's usually pretty cut and dry to identify stuff, but yeah. Anyways, so sorry, I had to get my crash out of my system. I'm not gonna talk about this on Twitter because I think I'm gonna get murdered. Anyways, and Karina and Journey, where I don't have to talk about these things because I don't think they have any military style characters who aren't like ancient knights. This is fantasy escapism. So, to move us in the direction of getting started, only 45 minutes into my stream, this is my character design rubric that I use to critique character designs to make sure that I am being as unbiased and objective as I possibly can be when it comes to character designs. Because, you know, a little bit of personal taste will always sneak in, but we're trying to avoid this as much as possible. We're trying to be as objective. Yeah, we are moving on. Topic change. Sorry to get real for a second there. In your Squiiji stream. I just had strong feelings! But anyway, so for our rubric we have here, usually I'm using this for VTuber design critiques, but today I am also using it for character design critiques in general, because what is a VTuber if not a character also? So, the characters that we look at today can be graded on a scale of 1 to 10, receiving up to 2 points in each of 5 categories. Those categories are color palette, silhouette, complexity versus clarity, focal point, and concept and motifs. In order to get a full score in color palette, the palette should be cohesive and interesting, the contrast should work at a distance, color placement should support the focal point, and there should be a strong color hierarchy present. I really don't have any trouble in this category at large when it comes to seeing the character designs in this game. Overwhelmingly, from just what I've witnessed, they work. Yippee! We're not going to see a lot of black, white, a metal, a color. No Blockums! There might be 1 or 2, but not nearly as many. And for that, I rejoice. I rejoice. There's a lot more color variety happening here. Then, second, silhouette. To get full points in silhouette, the silhouette should be unique and easily identifiable in and of itself. Think of Miku, think of Sonic. They are iconic. And not just because they are just well-designed in every other way, but because we can identify them based on their silhouette alone. That's part of the reason why they're so iconic. And similarly, pretty much every character I have seen in this game, I can identify pretty easily by silhouette. They have a really nice natural amount of asymmetry in their designs. They have, like, very specific horn and or ear design, which then extends off the top of their head to add distinction to their silhouette. Their clothing is pretty distinct. They are 3D models, so they can pose in all kinds of different ways, but yeah, they're very distinct. You look pretty distinct as well. A couple blobs from a silhouette, but that's due to smoke or soul stuff. Yeah, we'll see that a little bit, but not as much as we see in other games. But generally, they're doing very well in the silhouette category. For complexity versus clarity, to get full points, the little details should be appropriate to the medium. This game is 3D, and it intends to be 3D, and it was designed to be 3D, and the art style for it was designed with 3D in mind, and it is lovely, and it is fantastic, and usually, as far as I can tell, I have not noticed a character that I thought was over-designed, which is like a breath of fresh air for me as far as character design in gacha game goes, because most characters in gacha games are operating under the assumption that more detail equals more better, because they're trying to trick our funny little monkey brains to spend money, because more detail equals more likely to pool and spend money, but it seems like this game isn't relying on that. It seems like mostly the meta is what drives the financial aspect of this game, potentially. So, level of detail has been fine. There's a couple designs that maybe are a little under-designed to me, but I'm not as worried about that. So, they do well in this category. Focal point. The primary focal point should be well executed. The primary focal point being the face, the eyes, because that is how we form a connection with a character. The eyes and the window to the soul. We can have secondary focal points that can be things that are relevant to the character's lore or to the story, but primarily we should look at the face. There's a little bit more variety in this category than other categories. Some characters really nail the focal point, others less so. Yeah, the game does not escape the asset focus sometimes, but sometimes it does, and so I was pleasantly surprised by some of the opportunities where it does. And then finally, concept and motifs. In order to get full points, the concept should be clearly, creatively, and thoroughly explored and supported by motifs. This means I should be able to identify a couple of key things just visually by looking at a character's design. I should be able to identify a character's defining personality traits, or are we going for like gap moe or opposite expectations? I should be able to identify a character's occupation or their role in the story. Are they human or another species? That'll be relevant in this game. There's a lot of different species and levels of anthropomorphism in characters in this game that I think is executed pretty well. What is this character's relationship to the world they exist in? What is their culture, their background, their fashion style? What faction are they a part of? Out of those 6 factions, the Lightbearers, Wilders, Maulers, Graveborn, Celestials, Hypogeans, and then what class do they play? Because, you know, if you are somebody who is playing the game, you likely won't be able to identify what you're going up against if you're fighting these characters or if you're pulling for them, just by what they look like. They should make sense in the role that they're going to fill. And those 6 classes are Tank, Warrior, Marksman, Mage, Rogue, and Support. So we're going to see if I can guess what faction a character's a part of and guess what class they are a part of. And we'll see. So, and if there's animals, we'll just see how much I can guess about them. A support, buffer, or healer? Yeah, I think so. Buffer or like debuffer sometimes too. Hi, Token Echo. Oh, I should take roll also. Let me finish all of my points that I needed to get through of my disclaimers and all of my explanations, and then I will take roll. And Legolas's dad. Yes, hang on. We'll talk about him. Oh. Let me just finish explaining my like final criteria here that I usually talk about with games, and then I'll take roll effectively for realsies. So, the other criteria that we use for characters in games that is additional to the stuff here is that we have to also consider what the game developer's intention for the characters is. So this is, as usual, what we talk about, a gacha game, where you are pulling for the characters. In this game, I think specifically, you need to pull multiple copies of a character in order to make them strong enough to be viable in the game a lot of the time. And there are different rarities of characters. Unlocking the maximum level of characters requires you to pull more of them. So there's a lot of things going on with that, but it's a gacha game. The financial model of Lilith Games for this game is that you need to spend money in the gacha. So that means that the characters either have to be alluring visually, where you look at the character and you're like, man, they're so cool, man, they're so cute, man, they're so attractive, man, they are so interesting in their story, something that you're like, oh, okay, open my pocketbook for this one. Or otherwise, the character has to push forward the gameplay mechanics. They have to change the meta or just be interesting because of what they are doing gameplay-wise. So there's a number of characters in this game that I don't think are popular for design reasons, but they're popular because they just have a strong kit for gameplay. So what this all means, usually, when it comes to character design in the game, is that a lot of companies are not willing to take risks when it comes to designing characters. They do their research of the market and see what types of characters have the broadest appeal and are most likely to make them the most money, which tend to be kind of samey, kind of safe designs where they're not really going to explore what they can. So that's why we end up with games where we have a lot of characters that have similar characteristics. So we saw this, I think, in Wuwa, with a lot of characters having white hair. They saw that white-haired characters were performing well probably in other titles, or a couple of their other white-haired characters early game were doing very well in sales, so they were like, well, more, here. So, I mean, they're studying what their players are interested in, but this does mean that it can hold back design teams, unfortunately. However, having said that, this game has a variety in the characters that I have rarely seen elsewhere in gacha games, as far as body type goes, as far as how they're trying to appeal to players, as far as how anthropomorphized characters are or not, as far as, you know, what types of attractiveness they're trying to appeal for. You know, a lot of games are just intending for their characters to be appealing to the general public and what is considered conventionally attractive. This game doesn't seem to be as focused on that. They have some things that aren't considered conventionally attractive going on with characters who I would still say are attractive and are appealing specifically to certain more niche groups of people. So, that's good news. I'm here for it. Filthy characters are for sale. Free characters a bit more freedom. That's true. Free characters and characters that aren't as rare, maybe, who are lower in the rarity scale, maybe have a little more freedom. But honestly, with this game, I have not been disappointed by the variety. The only thing I wish this game did a little more of, it does some of, but it could do more, is just a little bit more, like, skin tone variety, but that's kind of a critique for all gacha games, unfortunately. But there are still characters that aren't white. There's entire franchises that could never. So I'm happy with them on that front, at least. And there is body type diversity in this game, too, which there's a lot of gacha games we've looked at that don't have. So, good work, Lilith. So, also, you know, as we're discussing these things, selling merchandise is a major point of character designs, too, because merchandise is a major part of financial strategy. Do the character designs plushify easily? Can we simplify them in a way that'll allow us to sell merchandise of them or to make them interesting for you to want to own? Do we form attachments to characters? I would say I don't know if this game is necessarily succeeding on that front. Okay, we're talking about AFK Journey / Arena. I have never witnessed merchandise for this game, as far as I am aware. There may be some, but if they're advertising it, it hasn't reached me, despite their other ads reaching me. And even though I'd played Arena for a long time, I don't think they really had much of the merchandise for that. More of their marketing was collaboration stuff, I think. I want a plushie of some of them. Some of them are cool in a way that I might like a plushie of them. But, yeah, so, having said all of that, regardless of any misgivings I may have about the character designs, they're doing all right enough that the game is still around a year later, and they have gotten a very interesting collab with Dungeon Meshi, or Meshi. I don't know why I put an N in that word. Dungeon Meshi, which is a title that I often herald for having fantastic character design as well. So, you know, skill hangs out with skill maybe, and I would say that the way that the characters have been integrated into AFK Journey / Arena, the characters of Dunmei, has been done very well. Stylistically, it worked pretty well. So they're doing a lot of great things as far as art design and character design and art direction goes. However, just like similar to Dislight, it seems like the game is not doing as well as it could be because people are not attached enough to characters or to the story. And that seems to be the kinds of things that resonate the most with players. That's a lot of why other gacha games are able to hang on to their fan base potentially a little bit more, especially if we're thinking of like Limbus Company. That seems like a very story-driven game that forms really strong attachments to the characters. So even though it's a little more niche, man, is that fandom attached to the characters. Or alternatively, if story is not your strong point, the game has to be fun to play. And, you know, part of the strategy of this game is not playing it. So that is also kind of difficult to work around, maybe. But yeah, we'll see. I only know AFK Journey from another streamer that did an ad for them. Kept remixing without asking him, even after the designated time. Whoa, weird. Interesting. Love a good striven game, yeah. Sorry, my grasp of the English language is tenuous at times. I'm doing my best. Yeah. So. Did I have any other notes before I get started, or did we just get started? Do I have any notes? There's variety in design, I already said that. Variety of silhouettes, color palettes, good Lilith wins here. Art direction is stellar. Yeah, the 3D models for the characters are stylistic and quite lovely. Also, a thing that I was very happy about is the fact that it's easy to find the concept art for all the characters. You can find who designed each character just by Googling whatever their name is and then concept. And you will find their art station where they've posted the concept for the character, and the concept work is lovely. It is very well done, and it makes me very happy to see, especially that the artists are getting to publicly share that they worked on this project in that kind of way, where it's a part of their portfolio in a way that I don't always see with gacha games, also. And then also, like, you know, for this being a 3D game, a lot of 3D games try and get away with having a lot more detail in character design because they don't have to hand animate all those details on every frame like you would have to do if it was 2D, or like would make it really complicated if you were using some sort of sprite system, or if you were using like puppet animation, live 2D style. But this game has plenty okay level of detail. It's not something that would be disturbing to a fan artist. I would be willing to draw these characters. They don't intimidate me. And I'm intimidated out of drawing many a character from other franchises. But these character designs aren't overdone. But, unfortunately, I don't think I've ever seen fan art of them. Which I think also is emblematic of the fact that this game is not doing as well as it could be. The character designs are fantastic. Why don't I see fan art of them? Fan art is free advertising. They do challenges where people can design skins for them from time to time, which is, I think, the only thing I've seen. But yeah, I don't know. Gacha with unintimidating design, sign me up. Yeah. So on that note, we'll get into it. But yeah, they're simple and effective. Oh, I should take roll also. Hi, who's here for class today? Who sat through my hour of yapping and then complaining and then, not really complaining, yapping and then having opinions and then coming back to actually talking about the game? Who's still here? Hi! If you're in Twitch chat and you'd like to let me know you're here, you can use the 1 point channel point redeem. If you're in YouTube chat and would like to let me know you're here, you can just say hi or here or something of the likes. Let me scroll back in time to the beginning of the day so I can not miss anybody also. So I see in Twitch chat, I see Star, Bugs, Dia, Hoshi, Edward, Sanizum, Aknus, and Cinda, Cotton Candy Floss, Rex. Oh, I see a snack coming my way. Don't worry, I'll eat a snack. Give me 1 second though. Seasonal Sade, Bleak, Chokorama, Selma, Lemia, Patboy, Fern, Striker, Chili, Lilith, Alloy, Art by Viona, Nilo, Espero, Moonlight Lapis, Karmic Chaos, Demos, Riraku, Logan, yeah. You have a YouTube channel? I do. If you do, well actually, Exclamation Point YouTube takes me to my second YouTube channel, but I do. If you Google me, it comes up, I believe. Or if you just put it in YouTube. I'm there. But hi, thank you for coming to class today. YouTube fellas, I see Game Loser, Eilish. Yeah, Eilish, sorry, I forgot if I said your name wrong, but I think I got it right, kind of, maybe. Memority, Oracle the Dungeon, Imup, hi, thank you guys for coming to class. Lurkers, don't worry, I got you marked down, thank you for being here. And also VOD Watchers, thank you as always for being here. All good? Oh, okay, thank God. I have teacher debuff, so if I mispronounce anyone's name, just tell me. It's gonna happen, unfortunately. Amber's here today, so y'all can chant. I won't stop y'all. Hey! Hey! Leans in closer to my microphone to yell at you closer. Hey! No. Bad shroommates. Bad mod. No. No. No chanting. I'll get you. I'll get you. I will get you. Don't do it. Not worth it. Chant for me. No. Nope. I have power and I can strike you down. Even if my usual nuke from orbit is not here, I will still get you. I'll get you anyway. Don't worry, Irish names are not meant for teachers. Hey, that's not true. All names are meant for teachers. Teachers just don't put the effort in a lot of the time. Hey, I see that. Oh, wait, hang on. Do I even know how to... Oh, no, you might be safe because I don't actually even know how to time you out. I can only block you. Why can't I time you out? Oh, I know why. Hang on. I know why. It's because I can't do it from here. Blink? No. Stop. No, be good. Hey, I'll get you. No. Don't think you're safe. Hang on. My hammer is coming. How do I... Nope. Oh, they changed the moderation stuff. How do I do this? What the heck? I haven't timed something out in so long that I actually can't figure out how to do it. Nope. Never mind. I guess you're fine. I guess I can't do anything. I need a win today. I guess I can't stop you right now. Rex, did they change the way that you time people out? It's not letting me. We're winning. No. Yeah, is it working? Let's see. Hang on. Wait. We'll try again. I think I got it. I think I've got it working. Yep. Let's see how long this is. I can click their name and click on the timeout. I can't do that. It doesn't let me. Waiting. Yeah, my target is aware. Hey. Let's see. Did that work? Yeah. Got it. Okay. So that method still works. I just can't do it the way I'm used to doing it. Hey guys, come on, be nice. Principal 70 get a pizza party if you behave. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Come on. If you collect enough pop can tabs and also the fun little bits of cardboard from the cereal boxes, then you will win an ice cream party. And if you chant, it disqualifies you. I think my timeout, I think is only 100 seconds. You should be back already, probably. Anyways, character designs! So, we're going to start with the fellows who are on the thumbnail, because it seemed like, at least at the launch of the game, these were the characters that were the ones they promoted at the game's release. So, I'm going to imagine that they, you know, the game developers themselves have a particular feeling about these characters if they're using them to promote. So they are on a lot of the official artwork, at least from release. How are you at YouTube controls? Oh, I'm amazing at YouTube controls. I can knock people out of YouTube chat before anyone can even witness the message sometimes. I'm pretty good at it. My mods don't make me have to be good at it, but I know how YouTube chat works very well. What Zelanine should have been? I don't remember who that is. But anyways, we're going to start with Antandra. I, for some reason, thought I remembered this character. Oh, hang on. Give me 1 second. Just give me 1 second here. You thought I wouldn't. Got you. So, this is a character that for some reason I thought was in... oh, wait. You know what sucks? It doesn't get rid of it on my top bar there. What can you do? Anyways, so this is a character that I thought was in Arena, but I feel like might actually not have been. This is Antandra. I'm going to say immediately that I can guess what faction she is in, because I don't know if I really explained this, but I guess I could. The colors associated with the bulk of the factions are that the Wilders usually have a very warm color palette, usually very red and or orange with gold accents, so Wilder. Also, the Wilders in this game also usually have animal traits. Not always, but a lot of the characters who are more feline, I believe, are also Wilders. There's a couple of them. Kimono Mimis. Yeah, some of them are Kimono Mimis, but some of them are truly much closer to Anthro. She's in Arena? Okay, I thought so. I once again, my memory's a little foggy. But this one, Wilder. Easy. I really don't have to think too hard about it. If I had to guess what her role is as far as fighting style or for gameplay, out of our options, I would guess that I'm not gonna guess that she is a tank because she is not very well armored. I would guess that she might be a warrior because it seems like she is somewhere between defense and offense. She is carrying a shield and a spear. So I'm gonna guess that because she is that combination, maybe she's a warrior. Accuracy of statement, we will find out. Also, if we were to try and identify what type of animal she is, or what type of animal she's taking influence from, I think I probably would guess that she is a tiger. Her tail is hidden in this view, which isn't helpful, but we can see from her ears, which have stripes, the specificity of her ear shape being rounded, but still coming to a point at the top. She's got a couple of stripes on her face. I would guess that she's probably a tiger. I have pulled the character reference sheets also for us, because it makes it a little bit easier to see aspects that may be covered in their official renders. So we can see here a little bit better. Giant, big, exaggerated, fluffy tiger tail. Here's a question though. Let me check the wiki. Am I right? I don't know if the wiki actually even tells me if I'm right. It would be very funny if it did not say anything about what species of animal she is based in. I actually think it doesn't. I don't think it tells me. Sandcat might be a leopard. Do leopards have striped tails? Wow, I really thought the wiki would tell me. But I guess not. We agree big cat. Sandcat, I guess, could be an option. Do sandcats have stripes? I think she's a tiger. I still think she's a tiger. Sandcats do have stripes, but sandcats don't have the stripes on their ears. The black edge of the ear, I think, is what is confirming to me that this is a tiger. I don't think there's really anything else that she could be. Other than a tiger. So, guessable. Her faction. Let's check and see. Did I get physical damage? Yeah. Level A. Don't know what that means. Class is... Oh, she is a tank. Oh, I was close. Okay, so she is a tank. For her being a tank, I wish she may be a little bit more armored. But I guess a tank does still need a weapon, potentially. YouTube brethren, I did bonk them, but you can't tell that. They got bonked in the chat for a minute, but it doesn't take it off the overlay, which is, unfortunate. We're being good. Yeah, be good, be good, be good. So, I can see from having a big shield that she could be a tank, but I do wish that she'd be a little bit more armored if she's meant to be a frontline type of character. She's not very well equipped. A lower rarity. I think she is a lower rarity, yes. She is not the gold rarity, she is the purple rarity, which is level A. She's not level S. A, S to SS, I think, are the rarity. I'm glad you put the hyphens in there. That would have been a very funny word you would have said. Wiki says cheetah. Whoa, wait, hang on, really? Wiki says cheetah? Where are you seeing on the wiki? What wiki are you on? AFK journey. Wiki. Hashtag cheetah girls. If she's a cheetah, I'm going to be vastly confused. I'm going to be taking points off. Probably. Do cheetahs have striped tails? I feel like they don't. Hang on. So this is the fandom.com one, which is not the one I want. Is there another one, though? Is there a non-fandom.com wiki for it? No? That... GG? There's another wiki for it. No, it doesn't seem to be. No? No. Okay, seems like there's only the fandom wiki. Where are you seeing that? She's a... cheetah. Like the cheetah character be spots and less curvy, more sporty body type, because cheetahs are all about going fast. Yeah! I don't know if that makes sense as a choice for a character that's meant to be a tank. Yeah, tigers are more chonky. I agree. That's strange. Let me see if there's anywhere I can find it. Operate, okay. She's a member of the Thungermane clan. Mane. Interesting. Control plus F cheetah. Oh, okay, let's see. Nope. Nope. Where are you searching it? What is that? I don't know. That's just what her clan is called, apparently. Desert Fury. I'm control F'ing on the wiki, and I'm not finding that. On the overview or on the lore? Hang on, do you want to witness me trying to do it? Here, witness me. Witness me in a very Mad Max-esque fashion. Thunger's emotion, I feel I'm very hungry, yeah. So, here's wiki. CHEE. Hey, here, dinging at me. Not on this page. Matches. Nope. Witness you. Don't worry, there's no spray paint happening. I will survive. I'll be okay. But it seems like... alternative promo material? Struggling on mobile. Oh no! I'm sorry, Bleak. I believe you, but if there's a certain place where they're showing it on these pages, that'd be good. It's on the Arena wiki. Oh!
Because we are sisters, we stand together. We make up one big family. We don't look the same, our spots are different.
Interesting. Her race is literally the cheetah people. Okay, so I'm on the Journey wiki. Okay. So it seems like we may have to go to the Arena wiki for older characters to get all of the truth on them. Interesting. She's adopted, clearly. I need to look at what a cheetah looks like, just to make sure. But... Antandra? Yeah, wait, okay, yeah, so I do remember her from back then. Agility-based warrior. Being agility-based and a warrior would make sense for a cheetah a little bit more, but now she's a tank. She was a warrior before, so they changed her for this game. But they didn't change her design very much, and I think she looks more like she fits what her original purpose was. But I think they striped tails. Agility-based tank is crazy. No, she's not a tank. This is not... In the original version, she was not a tank. She is now a tank and not agility-based. I don't think. Her overview says that she is a Mauler tank hero. Deals physical damage. This wiki is not as helpfully descriptive as this one is. This is a more typical wiki from what I'm used to. Cheetah? I believe you. I just want to see with my eyes. Oh, yeah. Race. Cheetah people! Hang on! Hang on. Oh, hi, Amber. Amber will save us from chanting. Let's Google what a cheetah looks like with a backslash at the end of the word, apparently. Yep, nope, that doesn't work. Don't have a backslash. Thank you. Nice try. Cheetahs. Their tails do not appear to be striped. They have like one stripe at the end. Their ears are seemingly entirely light colored with no dark on them. They may have a stripe above their eye, but they don't seem to have stripes on their faces. Cheetah tails do have top stripes. At the very end, it seems like they taper into stripes, but it seems like they're more speckled. Huh. She's a cute little scaredy cat, some have emotional support dogs. Yeah, this seems like a weird choice for this character to be a cheetah, and she still does not look like a cheetah to me. I really thought she was a tiger, because if you look at a tiger, they've done the color pattern of tiger ears, where they have like the darker bit. This one you can see because he's got this ear turned out, but do you see how tigers often have a dark tip to their ears? She has a dark tip on her ears. Huh. Cheetah vibes because of color palette. Interesting. Like, wait for 3 seconds. It's okay. Don't worry. So I may actually have to take points off for that somewhat. Let me go back to the other room. Orangey. It's very orangey and brown. For cheetah, I might expect lighter colors also, but see, it's striped all the way down. It's light on the underside too, which is interesting. Girl, I gotta take some points off here. You used to be, your design hasn't changed. They've changed your class, and I don't think your new class makes as much sense for you, so I'm not gonna take points off for that entirely. They did make your shield bigger, though, for your new tank class, but this woman is a tiger for sure. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Amber. She's a tiger for sure, which is what we all said, but I'm so glad I wasn't confident in it, because the dame proclaims her to be a cheetah. So, we're losing points. Okay, so we have been sent some cheetah photos where we can see the tail. Copy this image, please. There we go. Man, I didn't think I'd start today's stream with actually looking at the characters, trying to figure out what type of animal something is. So notice here also, if we are going to be trying to pay attention to an animal, and we're going to attempt to depict them, or depict somebody who is associated with them, or a character that is referencing that type of animal without being directly one-to-one with that animal, we have to pay very close attention to certain key features. If we're only going to have a tail and ears as the identifiers of what type of animal you are, you better bet that they better need to be as accurate as possible. We talk about this often with VTuber designs, where the difference between looking like a wolf and a fox can be so minimal sometimes. But that difference is important for us to understand as a viewer. Same deal with a cat versus a dog, or what type of cat you are. So, cheetahs, rounded ear, they do have that, but cheetah ears seem to be light overall, without dark tips or dark interiors. Cheetah tails do have stripes at the ends and do terminate in sort of a lighter area at the tip, but notice how the stripes wrap all the way around under. The stripes don't make it all the way up the tail before they start tapering off into spots that aren't as connected. There are spots on the face. There are a couple of vertical stripes, but not horizontal stripes. This does not follow that at all. Clearly a tiger raised by cheetahs, originally speed, but now a tank because tiger genes, nod nod. We're creating lore for a character because it doesn't make sense. Sorry, girly, I have to take points off for that, but I can see the things that you are doing to attempt to be a tank. I'm gonna put you here. I'm gonna put you right in the center. Also no undercolor bit for the tail. Yeah, let me look at, the tail of a tiger, just so that I can see what that looks like. Tiger. Do tigers have light under their tail? I feel like tigers also don't have light under their tail. I feel like that's just a totally unrelated thing to either animal. Colors are closer to cheetah, less orange, and closer to the beige. That is true. Tigers don't seem to have a light underside to the tail either, so there may be some just fantasy things happening here in the concept that are not as faithful to what an original cat may look like. It's fantasy. 5 or 6 types of tigers. That's true. That's true. I'm not taking all the points off. We're taking some of the points off. Just some. So, if we come back here, once again to her, she has, let me just do the test here for silhouette. I would say that despite her hair being pretty big, her silhouette isn't that bad. We can see her legs pretty clearly. Her hair does eat a lot of it, but her tail is really nice and big and exaggerated, and I can see her ears in her silhouette. Her shield is not making it very easy to see what's going on with her silhouette either, but honestly, I don't think her silhouette is too bad. It's not as easily discerned as many others in this game. I think this might be one of the weaker ones. But having said that, it's still not that bad. She has a lot of very natural asymmetry in her design, which is much easier to point out over here where she's standing like front facing. So if we look, her skirt is torn around the edges. Sort of the trait associated with this faction is that they might be a little bit rougher around the edges. So there's a little bit more chaos in her clothing. We've got a whole... The rendering comes from one hip to the other, so the textures themselves aren't symmetrical, which is nice. This central icon on her belt is asymmetrical. She's got a leg wrap on one side, but not the other. Her bracelets are completely symmetrical, but you know, she's got earrings on one side and not the other. Her hair is not perfectly symmetrical. She has little differences in the front around her face. And I think her actual physical model has more differences in her hair with the physical modeling also. Hi, Ruka! So, for her silhouette, I do think it could be stronger. I think her hair is eating a lot of her design. I've lost my pen. Hello? Did I drop it? Okay. What? I just had it. Where's my drawing pen? Have a fun stream. Thank you. Have a good day to you too. Oh, there it is. It's just back here. I set it down next to my mouse and it went behind my tablet. Okay, there we go. So, her silhouette. It's probably one of the weaker ones in the game, but she still has decent asymmetry. We can make a little bit of edits here, perhaps, for her silhouette. I know that we're trying to emphasize her hair being long, so that way it feels like, you know, she maybe has a little bit of, like, it's a little wilder, it's a little more mane-like to make sense with some of the cat references, even though tigers don't have manes. I do think that really all I would want them to do here is just say, all right, your hair stops, like, here. Because her bracelets have a pretty specific shape to them, where they're these double rings. And that would be nice to have as a part of our external silhouette. And then, depending on what the angle is, if we can see the bottom edge of her dress instead of her hair, that would be good. So that's, like, not even that big of a tweak here. It's just pulling her hair up, like, 2 to 6 inches. But her hair is still, like, incredibly long. Even though I've made that edit. But there we go. So, just let me see her bracelets. Just a little bit. Maybe. Perhaps, please. I do wish maybe her hair had a little bit more asymmetry in it, but not bad. Put a really good tiger reference in live suggestions for anyone who wants it for all the different types of tigers. Ooh, we're learning about big cats today. Do any of the tigers have white under their tail? They don't. Oh, there's the Bengal Siberian. Oh, this font is hard to read. Sumatran? Malayan, Indo-Chinese, and South China. Wow, that's a lot of different tigers. And it seems like some of them have stripes on their bellies and some don't have as many, and the stripes are kind of different in patterning and their faces. That's cool, and they're a little fluffier or not. I think she should have been a tiger. Still. But, okay. So, silhouette. It's okay. We could further refine it just a little bit by shortening her hair just a tad. Just a tad. But generally, otherwise, I do think that the exaggeration in her design is well handled. Big fluffy tail. That's important for understanding that she is animal in some way. Exaggeration in her hair is exaggerating something mane-like, which helps her to fit in with her faction. The belt is nice and big, and we can see it very clearly. The colors help place her into the faction very well. Is that top okay for TOS? Debatably. Just in case it's not, I'll go like this. But I will have to turn this right back off because this is going to make it hard for us to determine focal point. We'll go like that, just in case. Just in case the TOS doesn't like me today. Of all days for them to not like me, they should like me today. I know it's kind of late. Yeah, that's fine. Don't worry about it. I wasn't too worried about it. Better be safe than sorry. I would rather be safe than sorry. Oh, other interesting things I can see going on. Do you see she's injured? Her knees are all, like, beaten up. She's got, like, rug burn or something, or, like, from rocks or something from kneeling, probably in battle, from fighting. Girl, you should be wearing some armor there. If you're a tank, you should be covering that. But I do like that that's sort of, like, a little realistic detail they've added in. Shoes. Oh, her shoes are also asymmetrical, just for, like, a little subtle thing. But, yeah, level of detail here, I think, is totally fine. I'm not really feeling like there's anything in particular missing. The details that are present align her with her faction. They tell me what her role is as far as gameplay goes, or they make it clear that she is an animal in some capacity. So I think level of detail is fine. The red tiara might help the face. Entire tanking capabilities, her shield. Yeah, that's why she's not up here. She's down here. Not terrible, but she should be a little more armored, maybe. We could have at least armored her legs a little better. So, I'm going to turn this off just temporarily and put her back to the way she was before. What is the focal point to you, who is looking here? What do you think the focal point is? We can kind of ignore the shield. We're going to pretend the shield isn't here, and we're going to pretend the spear isn't here. Because those aren't a part of her. That's just weaponry. Where do you look first? Yeah. I'll be nice and say top. I appreciate your kindness there. I was hoping the tiara would help. Yeah, I think the tiara could help if it was designed up a little bit more. But yeah, it is definitely the top, unfortunately. Mostly because of just contrast. Her character design, if we look at it, if I grab a correction layer and slurp up all of her saturation, she has a lot of midtones against each other. So like her hair is a midtone, her skin is midtone. This is getting into a little bit darker than a midtone, thankfully, but darkest item, lightest item, right next to each other, and then some more dark areas of, you know, her skin tone, which is a little bit darker than her hair, surrounding the brightest item in her design. I feel like she could have done very well with a much more, like, beige top. I'm not sure why we've gone with bright, stark white for it. Although I think that may just be because they're sort of adhering to the color palette used by this faction. Let me go back to where I was editing. My edit has to include my TOS safety device. But I think there's going to be a way where I can tint this just a little bit darker so it's not as distracting. And that might actually be all we would need in order to shift the focal point up to her face. Because she's got these nice long pieces of hair on the side of her head here, which, you know, create guiding lines up to her face. So then those become the brightest part, which make us go wee 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 wah to the face. But light bralettes, this game knows her personalities are important. Listen, I hear you, but like even if we were to have gone like that, it wouldn't be nearly as distracting. Difference? I don't even think it needs to be that extreme. We could go like this. We're just knocking it back a little bit. Aren't some sub-Saharan African traditional clothing stereotypically red colored? Ah, see, this is a conversation to have about this game and many of the games that we critique, which in this case is not that particularly. But the unclear understanding of the cultural references they are making in the clothing they're dressing their characters in. So, we do have to mention, so this is a character who is from, I think the wiki says, where is she? Where are you? Oh, I think I accidentally navigated away from your page somewhere. Antandra is from the desert. Deserts usually are equatorial. If we were going to reference something, you know, these shoes are almost like Greco-Roman type of shoes. The shield almost reminds me of that as well at the same time, which is interesting. But the stacked collar around her neck is referential of certain, oh, I don't know what it's called, but there is a tribe that stacks gold bangles around the neck to lengthen it and for other reasons. But it seems like we've got a mixture of cultural elements happening here. And once again, yeah, like Roman Africa seems to be what I'm getting here. I would think she might be a gladiator if I was guessing what her occupation is because of her shoes And because of the way that she has this piece of fabric draped across her waist, gold accents can also make us think of that too. Let's put all the well-known tribal and air quotes items together. They do that sometimes, yeah. And they're doing a little bit of it here, but they're adding other things to it. So there's multiple cultural references here, and I'm not a member of the cultures that this is referencing inherently, so I don't know if I can say whether they're doing it tastefully or not in this case. But I have seen times when they don't. You say auxiliary, because she doesn't match any gladiator style, and they wouldn't have had an African and Roman gear. I know that they wouldn't have. I'm saying this might be a fusion of those kinds of things. Although, like, sandals worn in a style like this is something that probably extends far beyond Greco-Roman influence, potentially. I'm saying there might be some fusion aspects happening here. But, once again, I am not an expert in particularly some of the things going on here, so I don't know if I can make that call. Gladiator culture is apparently big with the Wilders. Okay, so conceptually it seems to make sense. Rome, those were often soldier shoes plus the shield and the spear. Yeah, that's part of the combo that I think is pushing me in that direction. And if that's something that is culturally important to this faction as far as lore goes, I guess that might make sense too, but interesting. One of the things that I don't know if we'll get into with this game, because I actually haven't seen an example of it yet, is there is a lot of Orientalism in gacha games, unfortunately, and then a lot of misunderstanding and maybe appropriation of particularly African and South American cultures in gacha games. So I always get a little bit of worry seeing things, but I don't know in this case. I don't know whether this is being tastefully done or not, because I am not a authority on that. I am but a humbled American shroom. I am just a little guy, and I don't know that much about that part. So, yeah. Arknight's making South America and Africa the same region? Yeah! Sometimes you can do fusion in an interesting way, but sometimes it feels like you have just decided that, you know, you're presenting, oh, here's our faction that is all based in German clothing, here's our faction that is all based in Japanese clothing, but then here is our faction that is a combo of South America and Africa, and it's like, well, why did you combine them? So I'm always keeping an eye out for that kind of thing, but once again, I don't know what the reception of these characters is at large, because I'm not a part of the groups whose culture is being referenced by them, so I can't make the call, but thing to be aware of when we are looking at character designs. Just to be aware of. So, focal point. Failure. Failure. The head makes a fighting shot once we just push that back, and I do such a minimal change to make the head focal. That's all I had to do, which is surprising because given the red at the lower part of the body, I do end up looking her in the face pretty quickly. The balance is sort of surprising. I think it is coming from the fact that she has these light tendrils that lead us up and into the center of her face. She has dark lipstick on, which is darker than most of the other elements. She's a little bit more detail in her face and around her face than in other areas. She's got her layered necklace. She has her, like, forehead ornament or crown. Her ears have some detail. And then she's got the stripes on her face, so that may all be helping to make her face focal. But I do wonder if having a little bit more red around her face may also benefit her as far as making her more functionally focal. But color palette, finally. Hang on, so color palette. Notice here with me how many colors we have. We have one color of red, which is her skirt. We have a second color, which is a little bit more maroon or a little bit more brown for trim. We have gold, 3 colors. We have white. We don't have black. Black is not a color happening here. And then we have her hair color, which, you know, is sort of between white and gold. So she has not a Wacom color palette. She has a bit of an analogous color palette. I would say that the colors themselves are working. I'm not really having much clarity trouble, even the way that it was before. Her hair overlap is a little bit dubious there, but it's not really overlapping or touching that much, so I'm not too worried about it. So I'd probably give her full points for color. And I think that does it for her. I don't have a lot of strong thoughts. I think she is a rare character and not, like, she's an R character, not an SR or an SSR. I guess in this character they are A, S, or SS. Missed opportunity, traditional Zulu warriors where cheetah hides. See, but that's the problem. When designers aren't doing aren't referencing properly the cultures that they are sort of drawing elements from, they're gonna miss every opportunity. There's a million opportunities out there. We're conglomerating cultures together, you're always just going to end up skimming the surface of what people tend to associate with that culture. And especially when you're merging them with other cultures, you're going to miss all the opportunities. So like, not to say of course it's missing it, but it's a character design that wasn't designed with that level of depth in the research. Which I think can be evidenced immediately just by the fact that this is clearly a tiger who is being called a cheetah. So if we couldn't get that one figured out, I think the cultural aspects are also to follow with not being completely and totally fleshed out in a way that may make sense and maybe enjoyable to us as a viewer. Thank you for spinning me. So a little frustrating on this one, a little bit of a frustrating start. I do think it goes uphill from here. I think that this is one of the less strong designs. So what do you have here? 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. One of the less strong designs is still getting a 7 out of 10. We'll be looking at the ascended forms as a bonus. We can look at it just real quick. I hadn't had it prepared, but I can just grab it really quickly. Me find you. Hello, AFK Wiki. Can I have, does her ascended form have a particular name? To be for real, because these are still professionally designed. No, they are still professionally designed. They are. However, not every character designer is going to, on their own, do deep research into what particular things they could reference in a clever manner with a design, or, potentially, the art director who's in charge is going to give them references already and say, I want you to work with these particular things, and don't go beyond that or exceed that. Yeah, but yes, also, that's part of the reason why this is getting a 7 also is, yes, it is a professional designer who is working on it. The grades that are given, one of the disclaimers I forgot to give, is that the grades that are given to character designs for games versus VTubers versus just another game are not comparable, not interchangeable at all. Like, a 7 in this game is not the same thing as a 7 in Genshin Impact or a 7 in Guilty Gear. I would say that a 7 in this game is probably a little more comparable to a 7 in Guilty Gear, but not comparable to a 7 in a lot of the other games. Because I am harsher on games that are doing character design more effectively because they can take it and I can be more nitpicky. Usually when designs in games are struggling, I am trying to give as many points out in as many places as I can because I don't want to be A, a hater, but B, I do want to reward them for the things they are doing well, and I do want to point out strengths still. But hang on. So what is your ascended form? Do you have an ascended name for it? Antandra. Ooh, Wiki is being funny. Hello. Wiki. See in the gallery. I know that a bunch of them have alternates, but she doesn't have an alternate skin as far as I can tell. Where do I find her ascended form, Logan? I think it's just ascended name. Okay, let me see. ASCENDED, right? That's how it's ascended? No search results. I've spelled it right. Interesting. Let me try again. Let's just try Google. If the wiki isn't pulling it for me. Bam. Oh. Well, kind of hard to tell, but I think this might be the best one I can find. This seems like it's only from AFK Arena. I'm at work, can't respond. That's okay, don't worry. It seems like I can only find one from AFK Arena. I don't know if this character has one in an ascended form in Journey yet. But this seems to be her ascended form in AFK Arena. Look at this beautiful artwork. This is so lovely. The subtle texture. Ho, 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 ho. Here it seems like they haven't totally solved the trouble with the white top, but it just seems like the ascended forms are just adding more detail. This is the same base design, but just with more detail. We've added coins to the end of her, like, center part of her body cover, her skirt. They've added just more gold trim. Wow, this one kind of almost does become Wacom, though, accidentally. Whoops. More rings. She's got some sort of elements on her arms. Her shoes, a little more design work on them. But it just seems like it's just a detail increased version of the base design. Others might be easier to look at, but I would say I don't know if I feel any different about this specifically than I did about the previous version. This might be a little bit over-detailed for me. So it might be like a half point lower. And that's it. It might just be that this one gets a 6.5, and the regular version gets a 7. Also, yeah, you're right, it is TOS friendly, which is interesting. She's got some hair accessories too. And she has a fire motif, which I'm not sure is coming through in this version. So that is interesting. I do appreciate the addition of another motif. Maybe she'd be a 7 out of 10 in her ascended form. She's losing a half point for the fact that there's a little bit of clarity issue and the level of detail is a little bit low. However, the secondary motif of fire is nice, because I do feel like she might be missing a motif. You know, she is a cat, big cat warrior, but that's kind of it. I feel like we could use another layer. But anyways, they don't really do ascended versions on Journey, sadly, but they do different skins. Ah, okay, I see. There's a couple of fellows we'll get to who I think had secondary skins that we can look at. This guy is a pain in the butt in his official art, because I decided to cover his entire body with his giant sword. But come on, you can't tell me that's not a cool sword. Does that make any sense as a sword? Not really. I feel like it would be functionally not very stable, because usually with a sword you want the metal to extend down into the handle, and that's what provides it with strength. Here I feel like it could just snap off here unless it's becoming some sort of Y intersection. However, rule of cool, I'm going to ignore it. I'm going to ignore practicality. So this is another character. I don't know why I did them this order, but this is another character that is from the same faction. The way we identify that, once again, is cat, warm color palette, and the fact that it seems like there's a little bit of gladiator and or wrestling influence happening in the design. A video game transistor, not a transistor. Yeah, yeah. But this guy, look at this big, exaggerated lion man. I'm gonna be so amused if this guy is a warrior. I'm going to laugh that the girly was a tank and that this fella is a warrior. I hope he's a tank, because he has the build that we would associate more with a tank. He's a little bit more squared off, although he's a big triangle. But he's heavily armored, at least on his arm and on his legs. So I'd be more willing to believe that he is one than she was. V-Chroma, thank you for following. I appreciate it. So let me see. This is Brutus, which once again, if we are not trying to make references to the Romans where I name him Brutus, I think there's definitely a reference being made here. His class is warrior. Oh my god, wait, that's so funny to me. Why is he a warrior but she was a tank? He doesn't have a shield. I guess that's the determining factor. Is this even a different skin? This might actually be a different skin than the version I have here. I may not have been able to find his base skin, but he's got some big exaggerated shape language. Look at this giant horn on his shoulder. Crazy. I guess I can understand him being physical combat in some way. It is a different skin. Man, hang on. Was there anything I could find that is a better angle of him in this outfit? No, it seems not. Oh wait, so here's the skin that we are looking at, though. If I pull this in here. Bam. So this is not his default skin, but I couldn't find his default skin as one. But honestly, I still feel like both of them are doing a decent job at selling the concept that he is a warrior in some capacity, where we tend to associate like the big fur with status in some capacity. He's outdoors, he's armored, he's got like forearm guards, it seems like he's a pauldron on, he has shin guards in both versions of his armor. I think in both versions too his chest is out, but he seems to have a belt on, which does make sense. No need for a shield when you're buff, I guess, but he's also not a tank. So, whatever. So, he's shaped like a triangle, which shows that he has an edge to him. He's got some nice rounded aspects of his design too, which is gonna make me think he's probably not actually evil in any capacity. Let's see, what else can I pick out about him, about his design? He seems like he may be a little bit gruff from the set of his eyebrows, but he is very well taken care of, seemingly. His clothing is more orderly than Antandra's is, where despite the asymmetry in it, which once again, they designed with such nice asymmetry. Look at it, it's so natural. We have fur on one shoulder. This thing is kind of crazy, kind of wild as an object, but honestly, it doesn't feel that unbalanced, all things considered. I would have thought this would have felt really imbalanced with it being so big up on the one shoulder, but it's not that bad. It's got a little, like, scarf or piece of fabric off to one side here, the belt cutting across his chest, his braids aren't symmetrical around his face. Ah, natural. Brutal, but not evil. Ha ha, he's brutal, tee Brutus, tee If you want a tank, you gotta build up that midsection and legs. True. I'd like him a little beefier as a tank. But also the proportioning is interesting here. Do we see how he's mostly upper body? If we were to look at his proportions, I didn't draw a ladder for the last design, but... Oh, that's a really big brush. There's his feet. I'm gonna guess that his crotch is probably about here. And then the top of his head. He's very top heavy, which is interesting. We're definitely trying to exaggerate the musculature of his shoulders, the strength aspect of that part, where they're like, yeah, whatever, we can skip leg day, but he's got real big hands that are super exaggerated, sharp claws, big dependable shoulders. His head's small, which is going to help emphasize just how big he is in scale. That's sort of just like a character design hack. That's why Potemkin looks so huge. Potemkin, they make his head real small. So that way, in contrast, the rest of his body seems even bigger. And granted, these characters probably are both very tall, but it just makes him seem even taller. He's sort of a folk hero, a celebrity gladiator. Showiness is definitely intentional, but also the opposite of his personality. That's interesting, that it's the opposite of his personality. But I would say as far as concept goes, he's a lion. Right? Question mark? After the last one, I'm scared. Please tell me they're not trying to tell me this is also a cheetah. This is a lion. This is a lion. Be for real, won't most of the male characters have this body shape? No, they won't. Not in this game, they don't. I think I have 2 other male characters to show you in this game, and they have very different body types from this guy. They're very different. One of them's a little bit triangle shaped still, but like not as exaggerated as this, and is much more slender. But there is more variety in the body types here than I often see. He's apparently very honorable and loyal to the point it's a detriment to his health. I wouldn't lie to you. I appreciate you not lying to me. My type is better as a warrior, thinning his waist and legs with broad shoulders and long arms. The men in my family, and they're fast. Okay, so we can run faster with leaner legs, maybe. Not as cumbersome. He has the moniker God of War. Interesting. Interesting. Is he a lion? I have to go to the arena page, don't I? Was this guy in AFK arena? Let's find out. Kratos? Previous mobile game, AFK arena, he's a tank. Wait! Wait, why? Why did they switch him and the girl? Why are he and Antandra switched? She looks more like a warrior, and just because he's larger and more intimidating, I might expect him to be more of a tank. That's so amusing to me. Give me the wiki for AFK Arena. Tell me what his species is, please, because I don't know why this one doesn't tell me. Hi, Brutus. This one takes a surprising amount of research. Ooh, they've actually changed him a lot from the original game. Just an apprentice. This is Union. Lion. Okay, thank God. I was so scared. Also, he's 35, in case anyone is wondering. Interesting. Okay, so I think I'm able to guess most of the aspects about him just based on looking at him. I'll give him a pass on being a warrior. I would expect him to be a tank, but him being a warrior is not something that is unexpected. His species makes sense. It's fine. I see the references once again to Roman gladiators. They seem to like fighting in this one. And I can also tell his faction based on his color palette and the fact that he has cat aspects. Color palette! While he has, in his base design, a similar color palette to other Wilders, he does seem to have a lot more dark colors. His design does fall into Wacom a little bit. We've got black, or an off black at least. This is a very dark fuchsia or brown in both of these cases. So while it's not pure black, it's near black. It's a black point in air quotes, because there's not really actually any line art in these designs. They're all flat colors and textures, which is really nice stylistically. But this becomes like our darkest value, which is still a brown. So brown, red, a little bit of orange from his mane, white, and sort of like an off gold or a less saturated gold. It's a little more brown. So not the most interesting color palette once again, but I don't really have any issues with it. I don't have any clarity trouble. I can differentiate parts of his body. I can read his armor against his undergarments. The trim isn't overdone as far as level of detail goes. Level of detail here I think is more satisfying, but it's probably because it's a skin and they're trying to sell you that. They're going to put the time and effort into making it have the money necessary. Or obtain money as necessary. So, for color palette, I think it's fine. It's not the most interesting, once again, so I do take a half point off for that often. For his complexity versus clarity, I think it's totally fine. Level of detail seems appropriate, and all the details that are present are either telling me something about his concept, or they're just there to make sure that he feels fully fleshed out. Focal point. That's a little hard because of the way he's posed. His sword is covering so much, but I'm willing to bet if his sword wasn't, just pretend with me for a second. The only thing hiding under his sword, I believe, is his body, which is exposed. So, like, if we're gonna play pretend here and get rid of all of this, what becomes the focal point? He's got a lot of bright red, but once again, he has a lot of bright white in this version of the design, and it's not on his head. It's around his head, it's on his shoulders, so it is helping us to look at the upper part of his body, but it's not making his head as focal as it could, and I am still distracted by the red. This is really hard to try and look at. I'm sorry this is not a great example for him. Dorito body shape is the most athletic of men's body types for things that mimic fighting. All the dudes in my family with a Dorito are really good hockey or lacrosse. Move fast, use weapon well, strong per body. Ah, when I used to kickbox, I had Dorito body, then stopped. Sag. Man, I want Dorito body. I'm just not built for it. I am short. My shoulders are kind of broad, but I'm short. And I have hips. So I don't get to have it. I get to have an hourglass figure if I build my upper body. I don't want that. It's not fair. It's not fair. Also, even when I played lacrosse for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years? I played lacrosse for 6 years. And I was in, working out every day of the week pretty much for 6 years straight. I don't just like develop much in the way of visible upper body muscle. It's so cruel. It's so unfair. Dumbbell chest press and bulk for a Dorito body. It didn't work! In my 6 years, I never even had abs or anything. I was always so mad about it. Like, I'm very lean as a person when I build muscle, even when I try not to be. It's just the way, it's just the genetics, I think. My family is not built for Dorito shapes. My family is built to have strong legs. That's it. I can have really giant, strong legs. My upper body will never even it out. Mood. Yeah, sometimes you just have to handle the hand that was dealt to you by genetics. So, anyway, I'm talking about body types. I'm complaining. I wish I looked like this man. Anyways, I don't want to be a lion, however. Silhouette! Oh, we were talking focal point. Wow, I'm so distracted. So, focal point in this version. The orange only being located around his face and the white in his shoulders does make us look to the upper half of the design pretty well, considering there's a lot of dark elements. But I'm willing to bet that because his chest is fully on display and his chest is this color for the most part, we're playing pretend. I feel like this red is going to end up being very distracting still next to it. Depending, like granted this is not a very accurate way of testing it, but I feel like the red is going to end up being distracting still, and his face isn't as focal as it could be, but it's not terrible. We're in the right range. This skin here, I think, is helping to make his head more focal, because all the reds are much darker. So then the orange undertone of his hair around his face is more focal. Also, the braids are increasing the level of detail around his face, which is nice. But in his base design, focal point, close. Not quite perfect, but it's close. Close enough, I would say. And then for his silhouette, once again, hard to test with this version, but with the other version of him here, we have so much exaggeration. His braids add to his silhouette if he wasn't facing forward, if we could see him on the side. These giant horns are adding a lot to his silhouette. The feathers underneath his armor, there's a lot of layer work happening here. The little pieces of fabric and their overlap, his shin armor and his boots. Look at all the edge work we have here. Let me drop the... Whoops, hang on, not that. This. Nope. There we go. So we can see what we can of it. He's kind of a blob from this angle, but, we can see the edges of his armor, we can see his tail, we can see some tassel work, we can see his big exaggerated shoulder accessories, we can see his hair. I would say that I would identify him by silhouette probably without too much trouble. I think just this angle isn't really doing justice to his silhouette's effectiveness. Even down here, too. How often do you see a lion man with really giant hands and armor and giant horns on his shoulder? In media, probably not often. So I'll give him full points for that. Yippee! So they're kind of quick. I don't have a lot to say about a lot of them because they mostly work, which is crazy. So, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9 out of 10? I think that's what I gave him on the thumbnail. It may have been. Am I right? Did I give him a 9 out of 10 on the thumbnail? I might have given him an 8. Is he the most interesting character design ever? But is he effective in conveying the information to us that he should? Yes. And that's what we're grading on more so. We're not actually grading on likability of a character's design, because I would say, personally, I'm not especially into either of these designs. There are a lot of designs in the game that I am personally more interested by, but they're not bad. So here, this is another character that is one of the characters that was promoted with the game at its release. This is Cassidy. So this character is from a different faction. If you hadn't already guessed, notice the different primary color. And from my knowledge of the game, blue usually means that they are a member of the Lightbringers. Don't remember her from Arena. I don't think she's from Arena. I think this is a character that is new for Journey. There's a couple other characters who are new for Journey. But the color palette, blue and gold, is going to partially tell us that she is a light bearer, or so I think it said light bringer. Whoops, she's a light bearer is what it's called. Blue, gold, and white. A lot of the character designs from this faction tend to be a little bit more like medieval European, where there are knights and armor, and some of them are like riding on horseback. There was a girl I remember in Arena who was a mounted knight in full armor. She, I believe, looks a little bit more like a sorcerer. She looks like somebody who would appear in the court with her little hat. She's got some stripes. She almost feels a little bit ever so slightly like jestery or entertainery in her clothing, but not fully. I like her collar shape. This is very specific, and the cascade of the fabric coming off her shoulders. It's very interesting. Yeah, student mage. I would totally believe her to be a student mage. She dresses in a way that we tend to associate with mages in many circumstances. We associate this type of collar with mages sometimes, cascading fabrics around the shoulders that form things that are akin to a cape sometimes, or similar to mages. A lot of medieval European fashion is associated with mages. So that makes sense to me. Her staff also is potentially a giveaway. So if we were to guess, here's my guesses for all of the things that determine whether I've figured out her concept or not. I would say that she is a light bearer. She is a mage. I would guess that she seems like she's a little bit more demure or shy, which I'm getting from the character acting and the posing, but, you know, her eyes are a soft, round shape. There's a lot of round shapes in her clothing. And I'd guess that she may be surprisingly strong. She's got some squares, so she may be dependable in a way that, you know, people may not first assume about her. Take a guess as to what element she uses. That's an interesting thing to ask, because I don't know, does this game really put a lot of priority into making it clear what element characters use? I feel like they're more focused on clarifying their faction alliance with color and other things. I would guess water, but that's because it's blue and I'm seeing lines that are sort of river-like. But this is a crystal, so maybe it's ice, potentially? Something aquatic. Maybe, is my guess. But I'm not sure the game is really focusing on telling you that in design, which is a lost opportunity in some cases. Correct? Oh, okay. Never mind. Maybe they are doing a better job of it then. If we have another mage, I'm going to try and guess again what their element is to see if maybe they are being subtle in the way they're hiding elemental affinities in them. Interesting. Intriguing, even. Let's see. Was I accurate in my guesses here? Let me check. Wow, I have a lot of tabs open, which is not helpful. What have I done? This one. Cassidy. She is a S-level Lightbearer mage hero. Cool. A genius magic scholar with control over water. What do you know? What do you know? Okay. Conceptually, I think I am picking up what they're aiming for here. Would you guys agree with that? I think that I have understood the character relatively well just by looking at her. So I'd say she probably gets Full points for that, unless you see some reason otherwise. Reverse Aqua. Reverse Aqua? What do you mean? What Aqua are you mentioning? Are you talking about Aqua as in from Kingdom Hearts? Or Aqua as in, wasn't that what they called the one girl from Fire Emblem? I feel like I can't remember. Hi, Innocent. Also, hi, Art Fun. I saw you were here earlier, but I forgot to say hi. Konosuba. Oh, I have not seen Konosuba, so I don't know. You also got the personality correct. Okay, that means I think she goes very firmly into the 2-point category for concept and motif. For her focal point... I saw you guys saying things already about focal point. Oh, also, notice there's no other details I can provide you about her. I couldn't find her concept sheet, which is unfortunate. This seems like they didn't fully cut the background out from her also. Right here. And she also was not in the previous game, so we only get one graphic for her. But if we look here, what do you perceive the focal point to be? If you're having a hard time trying to figure it out, just by looking at it, do the trick of close your eyes and hold them closed for a little bit and kind of forget what you're looking at. Just kind of like, erase your visual memory of it if that's a thing you have to do, because I don't have to. I can't see shapes in my head. I get a gray squiggly. And then once you close your eyes a little bit, open your eyes and see where your arms snap to. Thighs, hat and face, socks in the dark shorts don't help. Fair. So, to me, where my eyes snap to is the shorts, because they're so dark. Nothing else in the design is as dark as the shorts are. They have done some of my tricks to try and make the face more focal, though. There is a gradient over her legs. Do you see that her socks are lighter at the top and darker at the bottom? Pretty significantly. Whoops, hang on. This is the color at the top of her leg, and here's the color at the bottom of her leg. Whoops, hang on, I didn't grab the color. So you can see they're gradating to try and force us to look upwards. However, her thighs are so saturated. Why are they so saturated? And then, you know, them being so saturated and warm in undertone when most of their colors aren't as peach in undertone, they're either gold or blue, is really making them focal. And they're kind of just perfectly framed by all the elements. We have a long blue thing that is almost forming a tangent with the edges of her hips, creating this like little square here where we are doing legs as focal point. They're trying some things to make her face focal. Her hair is the brightest part of the design. I don't know if you can see, there's like a flare almost happening right here. Where the top of her head is even so much brighter by like one shade than the bottom of her hair is. Just right here. We put a symmetry up here in the largest amount, so that way that could help bring the focus up here. But unfortunately also, there's just so much more detail in her torso, which is distracting. There's low detail in her legs. Everything from like here down is low in detail, or the details are sort of subtle and pushed back. And then from here up, the details are subtle and pushed back. So they're really making us look at the center and the core of her design. Calling her bottom heavy is an understatement color-wise, specifically. Yeah, there's not a lot happening down here as far as color or design goes. I kind of do want to draw a ladder for her. We didn't draw a ladder for others. But I do think focally she is not working, unfortunately, at all. The rendering is trying to do something for her to save the focal point, but I think it's going to come down to deficits in the design itself. There's like a blue thing here. I don't think she's gonna have a bad ladder happening, but we're gonna see that the detail just isn't as high in her face. Then she has this, which is sort of at an angle. There's a tassel there. It's not as bad as I thought. Does come off as somebody who wants to be a model student. That's true. I mean, her clothing is like prim and proper. She's wearing it symmetrically and it's all clean and well taken care of. I wouldn't necessarily call this a climbable ladder. I see you saying that. I don't think you should. I don't think you could. I don't think I could. I don't think you can either. Sorry to underestimate you, but there's some pretty big gaps in here, some pretty narrow gaps too. There's a bit of asymmetry up around her head. Don't know. Which reminds me of, the hat is sort of ye old student. Yeah, she is a student, and her being symmetrical if she is somebody who's trying to be a model student does make sense. So I'm not going to complain about too much there being a lot of symmetry here, but you know, she has subtle asymmetry still. She has her off-center hat, she has her bangs and her hair, which isn't symmetrical. She has little buttons on one side of her clothing. So there is some natural asymmetry happening, but it's not an incredible amount. We should also do a just general silhouette check too, just to see. Let's see, so... Wait, if I go here, I can keep that covered. Bam, there's her silhouette. So she has a wide point around her hips. The tassels add something to her silhouette, which is enjoyable. I wish her legs added something more to her silhouette. Right now, her pose isn't helping her silhouette read very clearly because she's covering the tassel on her hat. But, you know, all of this clarity around the edges of her head is helping us to identify who she is as a character, because we can see the tops of her shoulders, which have a little bit of ornamentation on them that's round. We can see the squares of the shape of the draped fabric across the top of her body, which seems to be some sort of button-up jacket. And then she's got her tassels. She's very simplified. She is not over-designed at all, but I do still think that some of the detail might be too much. Let me see if I can save the focal point for her, because I feel like there has to be a way to do it. The first thing that I'm going to do, if I'm trying to do that, is probably get rid of these highlights on here. You can have the stripes, but I think the highlights on them are just adding more detail to this area, which isn't necessarily very helpful. Similarly, I might do it for these parts too. We don't need to be looking at this part of her thigh. There's also, in this art style, never drop shadows, it seems like. There's a little bit under here, but like, under her chin isn't super dark, under her hair isn't very dark. Kind of VTuberous. VTuberous is an interesting word. Yeah, no, there's really not much in the way of drop shadows happening, and I feel like that may just be an art style choice, which is totally fine, but I think that might be something that is also causing the thighs to stand out more than they need to. I'm gonna guess that the way this is built is by having a couple separate materials that are just repeated, where the material that her hands is and her face is also her thighs. But if we want to have thighs out, my favorite solution is always, forever, just give him like some sort of like sheer tights or something. And they don't have to be very dark, but just that they're not as bright. And I would give her sheer tights in a color that's within the palette. So like if it had a warm gold undertone to it, or if it had a blue undertone to it, it's almost like she's wearing black tights. That would help to make them not as focal. I may want to push back a little bit more of the detail in her torso, but let's see, did that help? I would say that already sort of helped. Let me just try this out, but with a cooler color, because I feel like that might actually work better. This might not be the color, but let me see. Oh, wait, that almost feels like she's wearing, like, gray tights now. But that's kind of nice also. Do we see how that's sort of pushing us to her face more? Right. Turn that off. Turn that back on real quick. It's reducing the contrast between her shorts and her legs. Have VTuber designs gotten more gacha, or have gacha designs gotten more VTuber? I think that they are symbiotic. I think they are growing together at the same time. I think it's convergent evolution. I think that a lot of designers for VTubers were artists for gacha games for corporations, and that's one of the reasons why the industry standard of having gacha game influence occurred in the first place. There's a bunch of VTubers who are in Hololive and Niji Sanji, I think specifically, but even in like FSP and a couple other even like newer agencies who have gacha game artists as their artists. Ina is a FGO character. Apparently they're getting crossovers in the opposite direction. But yeah, so like VTubers in their basis already were taking influence from gacha design because they were commissioning artists who design for gacha games to design their characters. So, makes sense. Then also, a lot of VTubers are just interested in gacha games. They're anime style, so that just ends up being an influence to them anyway, 'cause it's a game they enjoy playing. And then, you know, on top of that, sort of going back the other way, as these gacha games are becoming more and more prevalent and more companies are sort of foraying into the anime adjacent styled games in this category, they are recruiting artists for their character design who have portfolios that contain VTuber design, which case in point of that is not even a gacha game, but we could say that Fire Emblem is having that happen, where, oh, what is their name? The artist for the character that we refer to as Colgate-chan, who has the red and blue hair in, oh, which one is that? Is that Engage? I think. But the character designer for the main character of that was a VTuber designer. So there's a lot of cross interaction happening. So we're gonna continue to see that occurring. But I would say that this game isn't as VTubery as many other games we've looked at. There's some things that are, but not as many. Oh, hi, Innocent. Thank you for skipping the design crit queue. Can we get a round of applause? Congrats! Congrats on your savings. Let me write you down for Monday. Let's see. Where's my new sticky note with all of my list? Wait, did we do Fern already? My brain is so off about this already. I think I forgot. Did I forget to cross you off, or did I not do your design yet? Did you redeem it on Monday? But let me get Innocent on here. INNISENT. Bam! Congrats! Good work in your savings. That's a me. It's a me. We'll get you on Monday. Congrats! I had a design update since then. I see. Plug the ability to hold back and not use the Gary, TTS, or Eldritch. Whose ability? Whose ability? So submit a new sheet. Good! Sounds good! I'll keep an eye out for it then, for Monday. There's a lot of gacha voice actors that are VTubers, so there's that overlap. Yeah, and I think it went in that direction of they were voice actors for gacha games and then became VTubers. Although there are still some that went the opposite direction as well, where they were VTubers who wanted to get into voice acting work, and then they did. Crazy! Anyone who saves? Oh, you meant that the fact that they've managed to save enough to afford it is, yeah, crazy to me already, yes. We haven't done me yet, but I'm not ready. Oh, that's okay. I was like, in my brain, I was like, I swear we haven't, but am I having like a horrible forgetfulness moment here? Okay, we'll keep an eye out for you when you're ready. Innocent, we'll be ready for you for Monday if you resubmit then. Oh, hi, Bill. Hoot hoot, not a raid. Thank you for clarifying, because if I would have seen you hoot hooting otherwise, I would have been like, what am I missing? Hi, how are you today? I just saw your short of you playing, I don't remember what it's called, but the game where you're doing trying to talk to the girl and trying to tell her what to do. It's very funny. Lifeline, that game is so funny. I don't think the game itself is funny, but watching you try and play it is the funny part. The idea of having voice-controlled interactions in a PS2 title? Insanity. I don't know who thought that was going to work out very well, but it works out for maximum comedy. What a wretched game, truly. I love it. Yeah, that sounds about right. Anyways, hang on. I've gotten very distracted. It does it so funny. It really is. Like, it seems like a game I would love to try and play, but I think I would see red so quickly. I claim that it's impossible to rage bait me. I am not capable of anger as a person, but I feel like that game might get me kind of close. The only thing a person who can rage bait me is Jubby. And that's because they know me too well. Video games, they don't know me. They can't get to me. They won't get me. Lifeline manages. Yeah, I believe it. I would believe it. For sure. Is Link the same? Yeah, the link is the same for submitting. Lifeline knows me? Oh god, I don't think it does. I don't think it does, and it pushes all the buttons. Hey, I don't think that game knows where my buttons are. They're hidden. I'm not even human, let alone a gaming controller that even contains buttons to press in the first place. I think I'll be impervious to damage. I don't think they'll get me. AG 30 minutes into Lifeline. You know what? We're gonna put this one down. See, that is the way that I am, though, where if something frustrates me, if we were playing a game like that, I would be like, I need to take a deep breath. Let's draw something goofy for 10 minutes while I take a calm down. I know that it's like funny for a streamer to crash out, but the closest you'll ever see, the only time you'll ever see me crashing out is when it's art stuff. That's like the only thing. Too stubborn for my own good. But like for that game, you kind of have to be stubborn, I feel like. Then back to the Nintendo 64 game. Hey You Pikachu? I don't know that one. There's multiple in this genre. What a genre to have. What a couple of games to hang out together. We have Lifeline and Hey You Pikachu. Remember the Pirate Kaya crash out? I have not crashed out about a character design since his design. Probably. And I think that's the only crash out you've ever seen from me. I'm pretty pretty stable as a person, you have to admit. I'm pretty stable as a shroom. I'm well adapted to survive, and I know that feeling the big bad emotion is not good for my health, so I ignore it and move on. Crash out of being attacked by a deer, anything is possible. Fair. Crash out's about tiger-looking cheetahs. If you consider that a crash out, that wasn't very much. That was just mild confusion. You're stable, no wonder you like me. I'm not a horse. At least not right now. Notice the distinct lack of ears and a tail? Not a horse, not right now. I'm not a stable either. I'm not made of wood. I eat wood. That's where all my essential vitamins and nutrients are as a mushroom. No. Anyway, we were doing really well with speed, and then I forgot to be doing well with speed. So this is Cassidy, who we were grading, and then I forgot to put anything down for half of the grades we made for her, because we talked about most of the categories already. This character only needs minor changes. Yeah, minor changes. Focal point, not her face. Really not her face. They are doing things to attempt to make it her face, but man, her thighs, you gotta really tone those down just a little bit. Just a little bit. What's your favorite wood to nom on? Oh, I am partial to a nice cherry wood, potentially. I like fruit woods. Not just because they're fruit, because they're a nice hardwood. Not unlike a hamster, if I gnaw, I gotta keep my teeth filed down. As a fungus, that's clearly a trait of fungi. We gotta gnaw on wood to keep our teeth from getting too long. Hardwoods work better. Wood if I could. How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? What tongue twister did I accidentally say earlier? We were trying to say something earlier, and it included some sub-Saharan, I think was it, and I just like could not get that out. It just didn't work. Oh, color palette. So, Cassidy is navy blue, also like a more pastel, lighter blue, more than one variety of gold. You've got like an off-white that is warm in undertone, but also another gold, and a more saturated gold. We have teal. Also, we have a yellow that is not as gold in undertone. This is a cooler yellow. We also have a white that is more cool in undertone than the other parts of the clothing, too. There's a good variety of color undertones here. The colors that appear to us as, in quotes, black and white aren't. This is a dark navy. This is a cream. Yippee! Color depth. We love to see it. So I don't have really much in the way of trouble here. As far as, like, the color choices themselves go, her legs not having very much contrast between them, I think is a drawback of this style, with the fact they don't have drop shadows. Because if you aren't going to have outlines on something, or drop shadows, and you're going to have symmetrical elements, when they overlap, it's just gonna merge, unfortunately. That is an art style drawback. I don't have a suggestion to provide them for that, other than you might need one. You might need a little bit of drop shadow. You might need something. A contact shadow, even. Because you have, like, ambient occlusion and or contact shadows happening with the legs that are up here where it's skin, but not down here. And that might just be something good to add. 17, if I'm right. 17 what? What are you counting? 17 of what? Drop shadows? What? Like, you're making me picture a mushroom with big sharp teeth. My big sharp squared off gopher teeth? Or beaver teeth? Wait, I have a question for you while I continue to grade. I have a question. Did we talk about her silhouette? We did. Okay. Her silhouette can maybe use a little more exaggeration, but it's not bad. You're familiar with the creature named Bucky, perhaps. Are you? Do we know of the creature named Bucky? He is the mascot of Buc-ee's. A thing that we don't have where I live, but is a thing that I am well aware of nonetheless. Bucky of Buc-ee's fame. No, I think it's a southern US thing, so fellows who are from Canada or Englandia or other places throughout the world, Australia, may not be aware. Gas station? Is it a gas station? I didn't know it was a gas station. But people who are familiar, you guys are familiar with that guy, right? He exists. You're familiar with him. What animal is he? Please just tell me. Tell me what animal he is. Tell me. Bucky Barnes? No. Okay, not that man. We're talking about a critter. What type of animal is he? Just tell me. Tell me. You know what it is. You know the answer. You have the answer. Tell me. Convenience store, gas station? Bucky the beaver. Yeah, there's there's a little bit of, what do you call it? Not consonants, although technically consonants. There's a little bit of alliteration happening. Bucky the Beaver. He's a beaver, right? I need you to know that Joby did spend no shy of like 15 minutes over the time I was gone for Thanksgiving trying to convince me that Bucky was a chipmunk, I think? Or a squirrel? They were so convinced. They were so strong in their feeling that that Bucky was not a beaver. I was like, huh? It's a beaver! Bucky the beaver. What do you mean Bucky the chipmunk? Bucky the squirrel? No! Those don't flow off the tongue. If he was gonna be a squirrel or a chipmunk, they would have called him Chucky the chipmunk, or... I don't have an S name. Something for an S. Something else for a squirrel. They wouldn't have called him that. He wouldn't be Bucky. He wouldn't be Bucky. I guess those other creatures have buck teeth too, but he's a beaver. He's a beaver. Hi, Spicy Noodles. But I don't know why I just thought of that, but I have strong thoughts about it. It was very funny to me. Chucky the rat. Chucky the cheese! Because we're doing alliteration still! Anyways, level of detail on this character. Totally fine. All of the detail work does allow for the character to be interesting, but it's not that high contrast that it's super, super distracting. It's a bit distracting. But it's not as distracting as it could be. Honestly, we could push the stripes on this back maybe just a little bit. Just a bit. Just a bit. Because already they are gradating in a way where they're dark at the bottom, light at the top, that is pushing us to look up the design, right? It's helping us to look towards the face a little bit more. Let me just see if I can make that effect even stronger. Just because I feel like the amount of contrast it's having at the bottom is still just a little bit much, and that's still partially making the torso focal. I'm gonna airbrush these out a little bit. Let's see. So like not that, but like there maybe, and then if I, hang on, extend that up just a little bit higher. It's not gonna be perfect, but just sort of like proof of concept, and then if I gradate it. Oh! There we go. Still giving water and striation a little bit, but it's just not as distracting now. It's lower in contrast. Never realized I chose a beaver because the founder's first name is literally Beaver. Is the founder's name Beaver? What? That is rather intriguing to me. That is simply quite interesting. Imagine having the last name Beaver. That's just like a +1 bonus in life to get a cool last name like that. Man. Beaver Applin. Wait. Oh. So that's his first name. Applin also. What a name. What a title. Beaver's his first name. You know, I don't know if I'm always on board with naming people after animals or naming people after objects or states or things like that, but low-key, I'm on board for somebody being named Beaver. That's cool. Wasn't there a show, Leave It to Beaver? Was Beaver the last name in that show, or is that the kid's name? I don't remember. Don't want a name like Beaver if you're AFAB. Why not? Why not? Do I even want to ask that? I feel like I don't know. I feel like I don't want to ask that, but why not? A lot of surnames in Netherlands that just have a word like that as a surname. I feel like that's a global concept. That's a thing that happens in things that are not English as much. Like, where you find out, like, we were talking before about another name we had heard which stands for something, or like, you know, classically in Japanese, it's like, oh, well, Sakura is cherry blossom. Like, there's, people's names mean something. The name I was given at birth, I don't think actually has any meaning. I don't think it has anything going on underneath it. I think it is just a name. Granted, a lot of the names English borrows are from other languages where they do have, some basis, but I don't know. Most English words are just a word in a language we've forgotten. Man, all of our names have been forgotten to time. That's so sad. Come on. We deserve cool backgrounds in our names. I want my name to mean, like, victory, or silliness, or something that's going to be a trait that carries with me throughout my life and pushes me in the right direction towards success. Beaver slang? Privates. I have never heard that before in my whole life. My real name is basically Tree, but that's like so sick. My sister's named after like a floral, but not like the kind that makes you sound like you work in a line of business that may or may not be inappropriate. And I'm so jealous. I want a cooler name. I renamed myself, and I didn't even pick a cooler name. I had the opportunity and everything. That's why I'm Squiiji. I'm now named after an inanimate object, as God intended. Lighter tones. Sometimes our names are the only thing preventing a word from being lost to time. Oh, but see, that's kind of neat. That is neat. Thank you, Revity, for the lighter tone there. Let me do math. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8.5 out of 10 for Cassidy. I think I gave her an 8 or a 9, so that sounds right for the thumbnail. Whoops, hang on. You can clap for her if you want. You don't have to, but you can if you want. Means night sky, as E.G. intended. Yeah, I am the god. That's the god I'm referencing, is me. Myself and I. I am the only one. Let me close these so my computer stops being upset with the fact that I have like 12 canvases open. Won't say my IRL name meaning either. Yeah, maybe be careful about doing that so people can't figure out what your name is by reverse searching names that mean X thing. Not that I think the shroommates are doing that anyway, but just be careful online. Just be safe. Just for safety. Be careful. Anyways, next character. Oh, we didn't gamble about how many designs I would get through. Do you still want to? We're on the 4th one now. And it is only 4:25. Look at me. Look at me so locked in. Look at me. We're getting this done. But I don't have a lot to change about these characters, so that's why we're going quickly. Beaver is a slang for lady parts. Protagonist of Leave It to Beaver was named Theodore Cleaver. Beaver was his nickname. Oh, I see. I could not at all remember what was going on with that show. Down. Hey, shroommates, behave. Behave. Be good. Means willful protector of the forest. Quite the coincidence. Hi, you are a willful protector of the forest. You willingly decided to defend the plumies with your life. My name just means I'm a funny little piece of equipment to use. That sounds kind of sad when I say it that way, but I am just a little. I am useful. What does that say about me that I also want to be useful? My name is about usefulness. Oh man, we're doing psychoanalysis about how you name yourself. Useful, but also full of ink. Mine literally just means star. True! We did know that. Nectar of the gods. Wow, so fancy. We're doing the how did your VTuber name come about trend, essentially. That was a thing on Twitter like a week ago. But anyway, we have either Cecia or I wanted to pronounce this Cecia, but I don't think that's right. I think it's probably gonna be Cecia. But I don't know. I took brevity and chopped off the first letter. Easy. Are you not very brief? I'd imagine you're a little more long-winded. Oh, in Chinese, my name basically beautiful charming. Oh my gosh, wait, that's so lovely though. Being named beautiful charming. That's so good. In fact, do not have brevity. Perfect. 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 Anyways, don't know how I would say her name. If it's Cecia or Cecia. She is a member of another faction we have not discussed yet. And the way we can identify she's a member of that faction is because I think all the members of this faction have lime green somewhere in their design, or they have these really swampy, sort of more muted greens in their design. And this is the, oh god, the Graveborn? What is those the right words? Grave something. I was here saying big words about how I knew what was going on in this. Graveborn, yeah, Graveborn. Graveborn's the one. I second guessed myself. Graveborns often have more muted colors. They're more associated with, with the undead and swamps, and they've got a little bit of plant influence sometimes, although one of the other groups does too. So for her concept seems to revolve around thorns. Look at this nice asymmetry in her headdress. Her dress is open on one leg. She has thorns surrounding her body. She has a harp also with her that is being constructed out of the thorns around her, potentially. And her hair hits all these little hard angles in it that make them sort of merge into the thorns, which I think they're doing intentionally. I don't think that's a clarity issue. I think they're trying to make it seem like she is integrated into the thorns. She is one of them. Graveborn are unique because they contain members of other factions. Yeah? Is it like that they are undead members of other factions where they have come back? But not quite the same? Come back wrong? They've come back to life but are not quite the same? I think that image is a bit different than in-game. Is it? This is the image that's on the official wiki, but this image here, which is on the concept, is sufficiently different in pose. Also, I feel like the strings make a little bit more sense here in this concept art. The thorns aren't quite as sensible here. You'll find dead wilders, light bearers, etc. Ah, okay. Wait, so here's a question. I'm going to ask then, should I be able to identify what faction she was a part of before she died then? Do we know? She's more green in her outfit. So I was gonna guess, so she does have brown and gold in her outfit, which is pushing me to think that she could be of the Wilders, but I don't think she is. I don't think she fits their conventions clearly enough. I would guess that she is a member of, what are the green ones? The ones that the elves are? I forget what their name is now. What is your name? The Wilders? The Wilders. I would think that she might be a Wilder, because they also have green and gold in their color palette. They also have plants associated with them also. Pointy ears and plant themes could be elves. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Potentially. Let's see, if I search on the wiki, will it tell me that? Let me get her lore real quick. Oh, I have to guess what her ability is also, how she is used, maybe, potentially. Cares little for her previous life. Nothing matters more than her everlasting life. Great. Cool. Hates all the factions. Okay, great. Learning about her personality, it doesn't seem to specify which faction she is of. Do you guys know? It's reference to a Durin Gray song, also called Mushi. Really about depression and feeling that way, which ties into my lore. Wait, your name is a reference to a song? I didn't realize that. Hang on, I gotta focus. We gotta lose the name angle here. I'm gonna get too distracted and I'm gonna be too interested. Put in live suggestions, the in-game design. I'm so amused that her in-game is not the same as this one. Oh, okay. Honestly, it does seem the same. It just seems like the shaders are a little bit different. Let me put this in here. Her skin tone is a lot less warm, as is her clothing. They just seem to have desaturated her a decent bit. Let me hide this. Which, this is a lot closer to her reference art, I would say. Interesting. Very interesting. So, now the fact that they have removed the warmer parts of the brown, I do think that she maybe have originally been from the Wilders group, maybe. Also, if I'm trying to guess what her role is in gameplay, she has a harp. She seems like she might be a bard, perhaps, a musician, which I would guess is a support type of class. You know, she's also reclining on the battlefield. She's sort of relaxed, it seems, which makes me think that she may be more likely to be a ranged type of character. Her personality, as Ririku is aptly pointing out in words I won't use, but in words I will use, I would say her personality seems to be that she is cold and distant, and maybe somebody who thinks sort of highly of herself. She's perched herself into this throne of her own creation in a way that makes it seem like she's passing judgment in her body language. You know, she's leaning on her fist. She seems rather relaxed. She's looking down on you. There's a little bit of judgment maybe happening. So I think I have managed to glean most of what her personality is intended as. But I think I'm actually wrong about her type. Yeah, she's a marksman hero. Looks like she'd bully you. Does send out minions. Interesting. So she's a marksman, apparently. I would have thought bard, so then therefore support. But I guess the base cast already has somebody out of the, you know, initial 4. They already have someone who is a support character in that group. Oh, Zanie, thank you for the bits. I appreciate it. Do a little bit of rotation for Zanie, mayhaps. That was very kind of you. Her main gimmick is a summon that I think is in her concept art. Oh, okay. So by marksman, they mean she's a summoner. Because, yeah, they do have this creature in her concept art that I hadn't quite figured out what was doing. So then that is kind of funny that she ends up being like a music-based summoner, but she is a marksman because she is at range sending something to deal physical damage. So I can see where the through line of concept runs here. I can see what's going on. Then if she turns into that thing, I was hoping that she turns into it, but I'm going to guess that that means that she doesn't. This is just a thing she calls upon. Man, depriving us of monstrous characters. Come on, give me the monsters. Let the cool lady turn into a scary guy. Come on. I do like the exaggeration and proportioning of this monster. The really long, gangly arms. Once again, we've got the really big triangle torso to emphasize strength in the upper body. There's some good asymmetry happening here for this monster that's leaking into the silhouette, and these thorns that are wrapping around the body and emanating out. It's all sharp angles to tell us danger, danger. It works quite well. I'm getting good read on the character design here. Me sending my minions to find and take down those who don't exist. You're sending out 1,000,000 tiny little ants who will all work together in one collective hive mind to destroy. Lost opportunity that hit so many bisexual fans with that twist. Ah! I know. I know. It'd be so cool. But then she would be a ranged character if it was her. And I think that what they've done is for initial party composition for the characters they were trying to pitch the game with, they wanted one character of each ability type based on the characters that were in the thumbnail that they were sort of promoting the game's release with. So we had the tank, we had the warrior, then we had the mage, which was the last character we looked at. So I don't think they're going to do another mage, but we haven't seen a support character yet, right? You looked at 3? Yeah, this is the 4th. So I imagine, well, I know he's not, so maybe that's not true. I'm pretty sure I know what the other character that's on the thumbnail is, the elf man who looks like father of Legolas. I don't think he's a support character. Interesting. She was super strong early game, but sadly she's been power crept. Ah, unfortunate. And she seems like she is, I think, an original character for Journey also. That was not in Arena 2. So, okay. We've talked a lot about concept here. I think I get a good idea of her concept. The whole music to summon an enemy who then is attacking at range. That's a lot of steps, but she's a musician. I can see that there's a music element happening. If that's how she summons things, that's fine. I can't say that that's too problematic. Graveborn also isn't one unified faction since some still fight for their previous faction. Yeah, and some of them like hate each other. My memory from Arena stands. There's some drama in the Graveborn. I guess they are just the guys risen from the dead who do their own thing, and some of them work together, but this girlie seems to hate everybody, apparently. So, concept-wise, I get it. I understand it. Silhouette. Granted, we can't say that the throne is a part of her silhouette. It's not a part of her. It's like a summoned entity that she is sitting in. It's a prop, it's an accessory. But if we were to just look at her silhouette alone, I would say that... Wait, actually, hang on. I'm wrong. I'm actually wrong, I think. Hang on, wait. Wait. I'll admit that I'm wrong. I think her hair is the throne. Am I right? Is her hair the throne? Do you see the way it's transitioning here? It's clear to see in the concept art. Her hair is becoming the throne. Wait, that's actually really cool and fantastic for silhouette. Wait, so it's not an accessory. She's almost doing a, oh, what's her name from Skullgirls, where the hair is alive and becomes a part of her. Her hair is so thorn-like and plant-like. I feel like it was executed more clearly in the concept art. There's something happening here where it's not as easy for me to figure it out. But hey, that's neat. That's kind of fantastic for silhouette. Her hair physically is thorns that are supporting her, and it transitions pretty well. The throne isn't silhouette, but is a wheelchair silhouette for character design. That's actually a good question. Because for me, usually, what determines whether or not it's a part of the character or an accessory is whether or not it is always with the character. So under that circumstance, a wheelchair is a part of the character's design because it will always be with them. Sure, they can exchange it for another wheelchair, but you aren't going to see a character who uses a wheelchair, probably without their wheelchair, unless they're just, like, resting at the end of the day. Granted, if, on the other hand, if a character has a weapon, they are going to put that down if they are not in battle and go about many parts of their daily life without it. However, for her hair, while it may not take the shape of this thorn throne all the time, it's physically a part of her, so she's not going to be apart from the thorn hair at any point in time. And it may also be funny if the way she's getting around in her daily life is by this little thing, like, walking around in the ground. I want to know how she moves. Is that how she moves? Or does she stand up? I'm so curious. Skullgirls, Philia, or Guilty Gears. Yeah, Milia Rage also, yeah. That'd be awesome. Yeah, this could be a really neat opportunity to have a very interesting in-world integration of a mobility aid. If that is the way this is working, if this thing is what carries her around, like her little, like, throne chariot, that'd be really neat. I'd be here for it. But actually, silhouette, the thorns are becoming her harp, which is then also a part of her. I feel like this is a silhouette you could probably pick out anywhere as a result of all of that. How many characters with thorns for hair do you see? Probably not many. She also has some, like, natural asymmetry built into her from the fact that her thorns are higher on one side than the other. You know, her sleeves seem to sit higher on one side than the other, maybe two. You know, the thorns aren't rendered symmetrically. If this is her pose she is always in, she's never going to be seen symmetrically. She does seem to be barefoot. She's got one anklet on one ankle, but not on the other. She's got that lovely character design trope of darkening the tips of the fingers in so we can see them if they're against the skin otherwise, which I think works well in this game, especially for a character with a lot of skin exposed. They have also made the consideration of darkening her legs so that way we're pushing the focal point up her body. There's a lot of things working well here. We'll be seeing a Hypogean, perhaps, a certain demon woman. Maybe not today, but maybe next week. The other characters that I have pulled for today, I don't think include a Hypogean, which may have been that's probably an oversight on my part. I probably should have had representation of each faction today. I think we have 2 from most of the base factions, the original 5 factions. I say original 5, but those were the factions you mostly had access to in Arena, if I remember correctly. And the Hypogeans weren't as prevalent, at least back when I was playing it, but we can do Hypogeans next week. I think I have 2 of them saved. We'll see how much time I have. So the characters we have left today are Cecia, Eironn, Daimon, and Zanie. Zanie? Yeah. Those ones we left for today. For next week, I have some saved already, but if you have suggestions as to characters you'd like me to cover for next week, you can leave them in the YouTube comments. That way I can pull from them. But the characters I have pulled for next week are... Let me grab, let's see. I have Cryonaya, I have Florabelle, I have Kulu. I think Cryonaya and Kulu are both Hypogeans. I have Lyca, who was one of my favorites from Arena. I have Rowan, I have Vala. So we'll see. 2 different gacha games have a Zanie. We also have a Zanie too. Okay. Yeah, leave me a comment if you have particular ones you'd like me to talk about the next time I do this. For next week. But here, so for this one, Silhouette. We've come to the conclusion that it's pretty fantastic. So, full points for that. Complexity versus clarity. They have simplified her clothing so that way her thorns around her hair can be much more detailed. That way it's not as overwhelming. So we're doing a thing where, you know, level of detail outside her body, very high, very angular, very sharp. So then we're looking for an area of rest and we're coming to rest on her body as it's framed by those elements. She has a lot more curves and squares in her body and the clothing she is wearing, which, you know, maybe despite the fact that she's a sharp exterior from her hair, she may still be somebody who is dependable and reliable and maybe doesn't have as much hate in her heart as it seems like it. Maybe. That would be my read based on the way they've done the shape design here. For a world, thank you for following. I appreciate it. So, level of detail, I think is totally fine here. Her dress seems specific in its construction and its neckline, in the belt. She's got a lot of sharp angles referencing the thorns. Totally fine for me. Color palette. I mean, across both of them, she does have more than one undertone of a color that we would probably call like the black tone of this design. She has the dark brown that transitions into like a desaturated blue of her dress. Her hair is a very dark green or blue and tapers out to more dark greens. Her skin tone tapers out to some dark blues and purples. And then she has gold in her design as well. So technically she's also not a Bwakam. She is pretty much just green, brown, gold. And her skin tone isn't really adding much color either. She's very pale, which seems to be the case with many of the characters who are Graveborn because they are zombies. They are very desaturated in skin tone often. So I also, once again, don't really take any issue with the colors themselves. I feel like we are having some clarity trouble, which I may actually have to dock points for here, just with the way that all the overlap is happening. I think the style being lineless and not having any drop shadows, once again, is holding them back just a little bit here. With all the overlap, it becomes chaotic, and it took me looking at this sheet to realize that her hair is what the throne is. I just thought it was curling up around her. I couldn't figure out that it was connected as easily. There's kind of just like a jumble happening around her body a little bit. Honestly, I may have to be a little bit harsher about it. That is a hard to read area. But the color choices themselves are fine. And then the focal point. Let me close my eyeballs. Let me cover also, let me erase out some of the elements around her so that way it's not as distracting. Also, I don't know if that green thing down there is technically a part of her, but close your eyes. Then open your eyes and see where you find the focal point to be. I am interested with where I am looking, and I am interested to know where you're looking. First. Tell me. Not you reading a dead person. Well, I can tell. The gold, the collarbones and hip makeup. Okay. So I'm glad I'm not alone. Thighs, bodice as intended. Yeah, the gold that's right here is very focal to me because it's not anywhere else. I would have liked to have seen her have either some like brighter greens or golds, maybe around her face. So that way I might be more likely to look there. Because there's these really bright bits that are further away from her face, and as a result, I'm not really getting to her face first or second. Like, you could have some sort of, like, thing that's in her hair, some sort of hair ornament that has those, like, triangles in them, or has those squares or something. But just that the gold isn't only in the center of her body, maybe? And then similarly, they've cast her face a little bit in shadow, which may be the fact that this is being rendered right now in engine as opposed to being illustrated art. But even still in the illustrated art here, I am looking at her chest because it's also an area of warmth where she doesn't have much warmth otherwise. She is very cool undertoned in her skin and in her hair, so her clothing taking on a warmer undertone does end up being distracting. So I may actually suggest that they do more of what they had in the original concept art. They could leave her clothing cooled off a bit more, but like this color she has under her eyes being warmer, I think did more to make us come to look up at her face. So that feels almost a little bit too cheerful now with how desaturated they've made the rest of her. But like that little bit I think is helping some to make her face just a little bit more focal. Not TOS safe? Is she not? I guess technically the amount of her hip we're seeing may not be TOS safe, but I don't think they're going to notice that. I think we'll be okay. The slit. It's on the line. I think I'll be okay. Also, just in case, the Graveborn can encompass all undead. Oh, so not just zombies, but other kinds of undead. I saw somebody say earlier that she may be vampire adjacent, which would be interesting. Associates with sharp objects with vampires. Makes sense. I see. Checks out. But yeah, focal point for her. Not really her face. Not really, unfortunately. Oh man, I think I gave her a higher grade on the thumbnail. Whoops. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8 out of 10 for you. Which, once again, not a bad grade at all. These guys have been doing remarkably well with the grades so far. Like, as I said before, this game does well. If there are designs that you think this game does not do well, and you are suggesting stuff for me to look at for next week, do include those also, because I do like to have a spread so we can see the strengths and weaknesses of a game. But I have a feeling that they're not really going to score much below maybe 5 minimum, or 6. And this rubric is pretty strict, so I am pleasantly surprised that they're doing quite well. And so let me save her. 8 out of 10, yippee! Hang on, we're in an ad break, so I'll wait for everybody to come back before we move on so they can see the grade. Let me drink a little bit. Whoops, that's the cup I already finished. Let me drink a little bit of this. Oh, Namari, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. Welcome back for 2 months. Why did it throw 2 at me? Are we back in the Twitch zone of doubled Twitch calls? Are we doubling up again? Is that happening again? Are we back in the pit? But thank you, Namari. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoy your continued rotation. 9 out of 10 on thumbnail, not far off. Okay, I've been off by 1 point, I think, for a couple of these. So not too bad, but yeah. 8 out of 10. Good work. Eironn. Now it's time for Father of Legolas. I couldn't find a concept sheet for him, but that seems to be the case for characters who were designed for Arena and not for Journey. So this is a character who I had on my team when I played Arena. He used to look like this. They've changed him a decent bit. And I do think that some of the changes they made to him may not be helpful, and I'm kind of bothered by it a little bit. Father of Legolas. Yeah, his name's Eironn. Or Aaron? Eironn? Something of that nature? And he is a member of the Wilders, which we can tell by the fact that he is an elf, pretty much. Anything that you would associate with an elf is something that you probably would associate with members of this group. So, antlers, a lot of these characters are deer or rabbit-like if they have animal natures to them. They have green as their primary color. Man, all the factions like gold. They really like gold in this game. But green and teal seem to be the primary colors that this faction wears. And they're a little bit more earthy in their designs, but not earthy in the way that the Graveborn are, where they're kind of undead and decaying and swampy. This is more florals and nature and elves, you know. Might have been onto something with the last character. She had thorns that may have been withered antlers. Yeah, perhaps. I think she may have been, although I couldn't see anywhere that said what her previous faction was. But I would say that I feel confident in saying that she may have been a Wilder. So, this character is a different class than all the other ones also, I think, too. And maybe I have an unfair thing going on, which is that I think I remember this character being a rogue or something of that nature, where he is a character type that was based in speed and dexterity, as we often assume elves to be, because they're usually a little bit more lithe in their frame. So while he does have a little bit of a triangle to his silhouette, notice that he is much more sleek. And they're not doing a good job of conveying that to us as much in the newer game. They've made him wider just from this posing, and his antlers aren't as sleek. Do we see how they're kind of like slicked back, and he's kind of noble with the way he's holding his head up? He looks like sort of that classic nobility elf who thinks he's better than you. Maybe that wasn't effectively conveying his personality, because this character seems more friendly. This character seems a little bit younger even, like they don't have as much responsibility. This guy seems like a commander or someone who might be a little bit princely, but here, the stance, the lack of dark colors, and his frame makes him seem like he may just be more of a fighter. He may not be somebody who holds a title, potentially. I'll find out if I'm wrong in a second. But my complaints, because it's a character I was familiar with, the clarity between his hair and his shoulder armor is horrible. What happened? What's going on? Typical elf twink design. Dream of forever being young and never experiencing twink death. Yeah, he will just be like this forever. I don't even know why he is. He just looks like Legolas. I don't know why we called him father of Legolas. He just looks like Legolas. Why not VTubers just stress fantasy military would avoid all the problems? I could say that about a million things. There's a million ways to avoid all problems in anything with character design, and the answer is always people like different things. That's the answer. The answer is they're not me, and they're not you. So we can't change the way they think about things in that way. It does have a different skin, which is much nicer. I'm intrigued to see it. This is one of the only characters that we'll look at that I have any attachment to. This character and actually the next one were two of my favorite characters that I had when I played the game. And I think that they have done him a disservice. They have brightened his color palette so he doesn't seem as serious. And his horn shape isn't as sleek either. This horn shape here was much more specific, where it's cascading back behind him, where this is just a more generic deer antler silhouette. This is a little more ram-like, so maybe they're trying to clarify that he is a deer? I don't know. Horns make him father of Legolas because Legolas' father had the deer horn. Oh, wait, did he? Oh, I didn't remember that. Does he really? What's his name? Thranduil? Legolas' father. I don't know what his name is. I'm a fake. Oh, yeah, it's Thranduil. It is him. And he does have, yeah, that, you're right. He does have sort of a deer horn crown situation happening. It's more crown-like than deer horn-like, but it is kind of deer horn-like. What a man. Long blonde hair. What a look. What a skincare routine. Anyways, let me see. So my guess for him was maybe tainted by the fact that I already knew, but his design is a little bit more sleek. His clothing's a little bit tighter to his body. He's got his swords. He's a little bit leaner in musculature, so I'm guessing that he is probably a little bit more agility-based, so for that reason I guessed he was a rogue. I think I'm right. I think he is a rogue. Let me see. And I know he's a Wilder, unfortunately, but he looks the way he should to be one. So, yeah, Wilder rogue hero. He deals magic damage. Interesting. For a guy with a sword, he's dealing magic damage. That's intriguing to me. So, here's my complaints, my list of complaints for his redesign, which I could have done for the other characters, but I didn't feel as strongly about them because I didn't look at them for as long. List of complaints. Number 1, clarity. His shoulder and his hair is just way too similar in value. Here it was similar too, but because they made his hair really sleek and flat to his body, and it was really perfect. Do we see how perfectly evenly cut it is when it cascades over the front of his body, the way that it's split? Granted, I know this is a different art style, which was intended to be more geometric, but, you know, this gap between the, oh, excuse me, hiccup, armor and his hair was very important for clarity's sake. The artist who drew this did it intentionally, because I knew it made it read better. Here, granted, we're probably seeing some physics in action, but he doesn't feel like he is as sleek as he was before, where I actually can't tell where his hair is starting and ending here, as opposed to his armor, and that goes for both sides of his head, unfortunately. I think his hair is, like, if I were to draw a line, I would say that I would probably assume there's a line here that we just can't see, and that somewhere in here, I think this is just a highlighted area of the pauldron against his hairpiece. But, I have to take points off for that. Sorry, man. Clarity. Armor does kind of make it look like he's got a giant lines made with her hair. Yeah, because what is armor? This is hair in the back here, but the way that I would expect his hair to be cut based on the way that he was conveyed as a character before in personality is I would expect his hair to be more blunt at the edge, because we tend to associate a squared off shape with more seriousness. Yeah, his hair is being weirdly floaty right now. I think it's because he's moving, but I feel like his hair should have been like this instead, because that would have made more sense for his personality, you know? Square it off instead of making it come to points, because a lot of the things we also associate with elves include perfection and, you know, the fact that they prioritize cleanliness and stuff like that. Okay, I'll calm down now. Not actually a critique, that's such a pretty shade of green. Hey, that can be, that's not a critique, you're allowed to like things. I would say that the color choices otherwise are a-okay. They're quite nice. We've got some teals, we have some greens that verge a little bit more into emerald. It is a fulfilling color palette. But man, elves in fiction are most often classist. Yeah, they tend to be a little pompous. They tend to think they're better than everyone. And I do think that drawing their hair this way would make it seem like he's a little bit more perfectionist and better than everyone. And if we want to make it be like, oh, his hair's gonna flow in the wind, give him like one of these where it cuts in closer and then kind of like, let me see if I can do this, curls out and up at the end. Do you know what I mean? I've not really done a great job of sculpting it, but like this feels a little bit more majestical for an elf than the way that it did. So hang on, I might need to fix this a little bit. I made these angled a little bit weird. I'm trying to re-sculpt the shape of his hair. I may need to go like this and add another piece now in here, so I can do it. What I'm talking about. We're like, you know how when they kind of shape hair bits like that? They make them sharp, but blunt and clean. Right? And you can have still like flyaways or something in it, so it's not too perfect and disturbing. But I feel like this may be a better overall shape for his hair if we're trying to be fancy with it than the way that it was before. Because now it also reads a little bit clearer as hair. I was very biased in characters in green when I played this game. I think I also was when I played this game once upon a time. But yeah, so the hair. Shape language didn't really match his personality very well. I do think that if they're going to be using this art style also, they do need to make the inside of the hair just darker if they want to use this armor color. Because this is the gold they seem to use everywhere. Like, you can leave the outside edge of the hair maybe not so dark, but you just need more contrast in here. So maybe I would make the division line like somewhere here for where we're applying a darker color for clarity's sake. And then having darker colors around the head higher up is going to help frame the face a little bit more too. And not having as many bright colors behind him will make it less distracting. Let me blur it out because they don't seem to have very many hard edges with color transitions. But there we go. Reading better, right? Reading better. It's less chunky also. His hair still feels a little bit weird. I didn't do a perfect job of redrawing that, but just for the idea. Just for the concept. So if you don't listen to me saying not to watch any of the MVs while blocking my socials, trusting you to listen? Huh? What? What MVs? What MVs? What are you talking about? I've lost you. What MVs? For this game? I don't think that... Are the promo videos for this game inappropriate? I was not aware of that. Interesting. What a way of marketing. Also, I think that one of the things they've done here, which is not helping the focal point, which my background is making less of a problem than it is the fact that here, there are dark values distributed all the way throughout the design, and they've bottom weighted him. Where his shoes, his leg armor, and his thighs are all dark, and then they've created a dark area under his face for contrast reasons. Here, we can see his knee armor, which is really bright. His shoes are lighter than his shins, and then the darkest part of the design is his thigh. So once again, they are accidentally making the thigh somewhat focal, because we just haven't distributed dark colors throughout. I don't know why they didn't keep the navy for the upper part of his design. I just feel like the version of him that they made for this game is a step backwards from his previous version, which other characters seem like they were an improvement, but he just doesn't read as being as serious. And there's just more depth here and value. His antlers being darker, like all of these are just things that I feel like would have been beneficial. Also, the teal not appearing in his chest is not helping to bring the focal point up higher towards his face, so now the teal is only down by his legs, so now we are looking closer to his legs. I am just redrawing this sprite to be the way the other sprite was, because this one worked. I don't know if this one does. Oh, I have a weird blending brush on right now. I just like have a textured blender. No, it's an off-topic thing. Oh, I see. Okay. Their ads are very inappropriate? Oh my god, are they really? So hang on, Mirko, you were being off-topic, but apparently it's relevant. What do you mean they're very inappropriate? I would say that the designs for this game are very respectful. And they are not very inappropriate themselves. That is interesting. I into this game for the spicy furry ads? The what? I saw ads for this game. They were not of that type of ad. What? The ads are very inappropriate. Are you kidding me? Really? I didn't know that. Hang on, my cozy thing is gone. Are you what? I didn't know that. I was not aware. The newest ones are. Oh, okay. When I was seeing ads released for the game, or back when the game was releasing, I did not see very much that was all that inappropriate. I am surprised to hear that. Okay, but anyways, hang on. Watch me here. Watch me. How's that song go? Wow, these are really dark. Oh wait, I had the wrong color, that's why. I'm just gonna apply this as a multiply layer onto his horns and make it not as dark. But he just needs more contrast. They're making him really bright, and I don't think that makes sense. Give links for research grading purposes. You think you're so slick. You think you're so slick. I see right through you. Also for clarity reasons, the front antler pieces are just so light that I can't see them. So either make them lighter than the parts that are behind them, or darker. One or the other, pick it. Pick one. Pick one. Let's blur this out. Bam. Blurred. Increase it just a little bit. But honestly, I feel like that's all I would need them to do for his upper body to make his face more properly focal, because the contrast of darker antlers and darker collar area is going to frame his face, where here, his face isn't framed by darker values. And the difference in value between his hair color and his skin color and the value of his hair and his skin is very similar. I can still see the difference, but it's so similar that it's not providing contrast to make his face focal either. So, modifications necessary. Also, this stuff could all just be darker. This doesn't need to be so bright. It's distracting being so bright. I just feel like it needs to be handled a little bit differently. Anyways, silly googly eye time. One particular Catwoman character in all the ads I've seen constantly show up for different outfits or poses. Just a like of her head. Respect the game, but the ads turn me off. Whoa, that's wild. I was gonna say, this game, I respect the way that they have designed their characters, which is one of the reasons I like it enough to override polling and just go with talking about the designs. That disappoints me a little bit. That's so funny that the character designers are designing to not to make the characters inappropriate, not to have to appeal, but then the ads being really weird is crazy to me. Interesting. Okay, so this guy, just do his color proportioning the way you did it before. It was better before, but we're grading this version because it's the AFK Journey version, and I'm disappointed by that. However, his silhouette, not bad. He is very sleek. His antlers make him very easy to discern. He's got this like mini ponytail on the back of his head that stands out in his silhouette. I would imagine his armor, if we were seeing him from a more frontal silhouette, is very specific in the way that it arches. And, you know, he's got this big round shape at the bottom here before his legs taper in a bit. I would say his silhouette is still pretty clearly discernible. Do you want one character design we like and one we don't like in the YouTube comments? Sure, that would be helpful, yeah. If that's what you want to do, yeah, we could go with that. Technically, we put more of each, but as many as you want, but I'll pull a couple of them. So if you have particular strong feelings about character designs in this game, stick those ones in, whether they're positive or negative. And also, you don't have to tell me if it's the one you like or dislike. We'll see if I can figure it out. But this guy, silhouette. For an elf, him being almost completely perfectly symmetrical makes sense. Elves seem to prioritize perfection and cleanliness and all of those things. So, makes sense. He seems very orderly. He does have a little bit of asymmetry in his antlers, it seems like, and in his belts that are draped across his waist. But I think it makes sense, the level of asymmetry he has. His silhouette probably could have a little more exaggeration, but it's fine. Complexity versus clarity, level of detail is totally fine. I took points off in color palette before. Level of detail, fine. I don't have any issues with it. He's got some subtle pattern work in his clothing that makes it feel realistic and well fleshed out. Seems okay to me. Oh. Joby's getting home. It's 5 o'clock. Surprised. As won't make me want nothing to do with this game. Totally fair, it feels like. Fear of a gap in understanding certain tropes. All these characters are tropes in specific media to appeal to specific demographics, so the slide into that kind of advertising is not surprising to me. Even big burly guys a trope for the men-loving men. No, I'm sure they are. It's just surprising to me that the characters are designed much more modestly than I would say character designs are in other games, and yet they're marketing in a more inappropriate manner than other games are, despite having characters that are dressed less modestly. Does that make any sense at all? I understand that all of these characters are meant to be appealing. I understand that for sure. But I just thought that the way that they were marketing these characters was meant to be a little bit more grounded and toned down, and that therefore the marketing would make sense. Where it seemed like they're not leaning as hard into fan service, so therefore they're not going to do that as much with the animations, but I don't know. Great, I'm not a gacha player, so I don't know how they do these things. Not very modest, but have equal fan service. Not very modest, really. I mean, I guess we did just see 2 girlies who have a lot of cleavage out, but man, has my definition of modest changed after looking at so many gacha games. I've been worn down to the point where I think some of these things are modest. I've seen so much crazier things in gacha games that the bar has changed, maybe inaccurately. I'm with you, EJ, that I'm not great at picking up on certain cues. Yeah, I'm not. I do have to say, as for all things, I have the asexual debuff. I guess I'm not a good judge on modesty, first of all, because I don't think nudity is inherently immodest, necessarily, because it doesn't impact me. I don't care. But at the same time, you can't win me over with lore into liking a character. I'm immune, so I am neutral in the least helpful sense, maybe. But, hang on. Focal point for this fella. Let me get rid of the changes I had made. Where do you look first? If I put him on a more mid-tone background, it may also make it clearer where we're probably looking first. Let me hide his short twin. Where do you look first? Where do you go? Where do your eyeballs fall? I know where my eyeballs fall. Low contrast here. High contrast here! It's his thigh! I don't know why this keeps accidentally happening. Why is it his thigh? For what reason? My edits, I think, pushed it to be a bit more his face. Whoa, whoopsie, hang on. Having changed the background color makes it less clear. Oh, no. Hang on, if I change the background color back, it makes his thigh already less focal, which is kind of cheating. But I would say more contrast in the hair, so the head's not as low contrast. More contrast around his neck to make his face framed is bringing our focus up here. And then I do think I still need probably, like, some sort of dark gradient over his knee in order to make the focal point truly work. Green thing around his neck. I can see the green thing about his neck being focal. Me having gotten rid of it a little bit, I think is making it less focal. But if I go like this, turn it down a little bit, just to push this back, that should help make his, there we go, that should help his knees to not be as distracting. I might actually even darken his shoes in too a little bit. There we go, right? That seems to help some. Honestly, I could even push his legs even further back. Just de-emphasize all of that. So that way this all becomes much closer in value, so then we're more likely to look at his upper body. I still feel like his chest is more focal because of all the white tones and low contrast in his hair, but it's helping. So unfortunately, I don't really think I can give him very many points at all for focal point. They really weren't trying to make his head that focal. The detail in his silhouette of the antlers is really the only thing that's helping his head at all, unfortunately. He could probably benefit from a different eye color, from more detail around his face, more dark colors around his head. There's a lot of things we could do. Hi, squid. I'm not a squid. Hi, though. Hi, Kai Fua Custard. Characters who are modest A's, the appeal of their preference are modest. Characters whose appeal is the body are less clothed. Mage Girl and Elf Boy are about romantic ideals. Mage Girl has had thighs out and focal. Elf Boy got extra pretty and soft boy. Yeah, I know they're all leaning into a particular type of appeal. I can see that that is what they're doing. I know that the Elf Boy is for people who like lads who are maybe just a little bit more feminine with long hair, who are well kept and a little bit leaner in the body type. Like, I can see who they're aiming for with each of these. I'm immune to all of them, however. Concept motifs. I think I got his concept pretty accurately, though. He has deer-like elements. He is from the Wilder. He is a rogue. He's a little more leaves, which makes sense for that. I think I can give him full points for concept. He's an elf. He fits all the things we tend to think of as tropes for elves in media without too much difference. I don't like that the leg armor is all I stare at. Fair. We covered it. I'm sorry. You're good. Don't worry. I'm not mad. I'm not upset. I'm not upset. I am a little mushroom. It may not be as obvious right now, though, but I've been called a squid before. We can't tell the difference between me and, Marie, I think? No, Pearl? Pearl? Is Pearl the one people think I am from Splatoon? The one with the funny little crown that I have as an asset? I can't remember. But it's okay. Don't worry. Let's say that I like the one clad in armor. No need to tell on yourself. No need to tattletale on yourselves. You can, I guess. I won't stop you, but you don't have to tattletale on yourself. Anyways, 2, 4, 5, 6.5, 7 out of 10? Ooh, did you get the worst grade yet? You might be tied. Honestly, I feel like I was too nice to you. I feel like I needed to be harsher here. Like, the contrast isn't quite working. I think since your name has SQUI in it, it is. I think that is mostly why people think I am mayhaps a squid. But it's okay. Squids are nice. I like squids. Yeah, no, actually, I don't think I can actually take more points off for that. It's just the clarity problem. Which, honestly, maybe I should take more off for, because that is like a third of his body. Lose an extra half point. I'm mad at you. This is a personal grudge. You're getting a 6.5. I won't give you higher than that. Good work, Eironn. Bottom of the barrel so far. Bam. This was my favorite character from the old version of the game, from Arena. This was my favorite. Man, I have a type of character that I like too in these types of games. This is like a Bedman-esque type of character. Which may be why I like it. We kind of have 2-in-1 situation here, so this is our next character. This is Daimon. Yeah, shapy. Right? Shapy? So hang on, there's things going on here. Things going on here to discuss. So, saturated color. Color that doesn't appear very much else. Color that also isn't appearing in a very high quantity anywhere else. Focal point, right in the center. It's being highlighted by bright colors, it's surrounded by dark colors and desaturated colors, and there's saturated colors in the center. So the focal point becomes both of their faces. They're framed really nicely by the fact that the hood that the big hulking creature is wearing is bright colored. And even when they're standing up, this is an intentional part of the design so that the head and face is framed. This nice lavender color stands out very well. So immediately, right out of the gate, the focal point works fantastic. Fantastically beautiful, amazing. No notes. Let me just get that right in there. My first, I think, full point score for focal point so far. The designer of this one knew what they were doing and did it intentionally on purpose, and they did a good job of it. So, I just had to say that first, because we were annoyed with some of the other ones not having effective focal points. So, focal point, effective. If we're going to try and read the details of the character and their concept, we have the lime green and desaturated colors that often denote the Graveborn. We also have some undead features happening, where this character has a little bit of zombie motif with bandages wrapped around the body, some stitching, some of the face is covered. I think the bandage is the bulk of it. And then this creature is a little bit more, maybe like, spirit possessed. You know, it's got its trailing wisp behind it. It's a bit more hulking and intimidating, but I think I'm placing them in the correct area as far as faction goes. As far as role in gameplay goes, I would guess that this is either going to be one of the types of characters that uses a summon, where this little fella makes his big hulking creature fight for him, or if I know anything about how games tend to handle a character who is a little guy who is hanging out with a big guy, a la Svarog and Clara, a la Bedman sometimes, they usually tend to be a little bit tankier, which we can visually determine by the fact that this guy is really big and wide and is really exaggerating to us how just the scale. Scale tends to be a very strong aspect in identifying a tank character in media. Does he like armor and other meaning? Squiiji like another big tall creature carrying a small adorable thing. Hey ED, how tall is Jubby again? I think this is unrelated. I don't think it's related. I don't think this has anything to do with what we're talking about right now. Rick, are you saying that because you know how tall Jubby is? Shorts about Jubby at Otakon know how tall Jubby is. That's their secret to keep. Or not, if they decide not to. Hey, that's not related. I'm not that small, and I'm not a small defenseless child. I can defend myself, thank you. I have a black belt. I don't need a big hulking creature. I am my own big hulking creature. Ruku wasn't there. We've talked about Chubby's height before. I know Ruku wasn't there. But the people who were there can decide whether or not they want to, vouch that information. Like for a good couples cosplay. I could be a short, purple-haired, I think this is a child. I think this is a dead child. With some hulking body around it. I believe in the lore, this character is related to one of the other characters in this, faction. And is very tragic. But anyways, we're getting off topic. Yes, Joby is tall. Joby is quite tall. Joby is a foot taller than me. But hey, this is more than a foot difference in height. I'd say this is like 1, 2, like 3 feet in height difference. This character is half the height of the big monster. Anyways, so conceptually, demure, shy, sad child with a bad backstory, big, hulking, scary, giant monster who actually truly cares about keeping this little guy safe and is looking after them. Yeah, exaggeration! Exaggeration between Joby and my heights. Exaggeration between tiny little small character and big giant guy who has these big claw-like things shooting out his back, which are great for silhouette reasons. Let me drop a silhouette check on him just real quick, because this is one of the ones where it's a pose that makes sense for it. If you saw this thing floating at you from the distance, you'd probably be able to tell who this is in this game. Big, sharp things coming off of a strongly sloped upper body. There's strong shape language. We get a nice pentagon here for the body, some really sharp claws. We've got almost like a spine-like tail coming out from behind. Even the individual character himself, if we were to look closer, has decent silhouette. He has some asymmetry in the way that the bandages are draped around his body, which is nice. We can see the way that they're wrapping around each arm. His haircut is fully asymmetrical. His clothing's a little bit disheveled. The texturing is asymmetrical with the placement of like the zombie skin sections or the Frankenstein-esque skin sectionings. I don't know why zombies always have stitched skin on them. Are they sewing themselves back together? I didn't know they were that smart. Or is it people from before they died trying to keep their body together? I don't know if I understand that trope. Big guy has no legs. They're not necessary. He doesn't need legs. Little creature has legs, and little creature, little guy, is dressed in light colors so that we can see him clearly against the dark robe of the creature behind him. Clarity! But yeah, subtle asymmetry in this character, lovely. Subtle asymmetry in the way that the robes of this character part are torn is nice also, so we can tell that there's some element of imperfection happening, as seems to be more common with the Graveborns and their undead nature. Also just a little bit of asymmetry in the texturing, where we have, you know, some green spots that aren't in the exact same place left to right. But altogether, I would say, pretty dang good silhouette. The exaggeration is lovely. Bam! Thanks! Sky is the trope for the aces, not quite human. Little thing is taken care of, scary but misunderstood, maybe? Is that what it is? Is that where I fit into a category? Is this where they try to appeal to me? Man, I do have a... I'm learning about myself here today. My favorite character ends up being, I like robots! I like monsters! Not in the way that you're thinking or the way that you're going to put it. I don't like things that way. I just think they're neat. Their character designs are cool because they're exaggerated. That's why I like them. Also, the way that they tend to proportion color and detail in monsters and creatures tends to be interesting. More interesting than a person, because they're more willing to exaggerate features and not be as subscribed to conventional norms of attractiveness. Monsters are cool. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So anyways, in defense of myself... me getting defensive about my interests. Anyways, color palette! Monsters are cool. Yeah, I know you guys aren't picking on me. It's okay, don't worry. Color palette! We have some browns that are tinted with like a magenta undertone, which is surprisingly warm. We have some browns that are a little bit cooler, closer to blue. Even the bandages aren't just a pure neutral. They have blue in them, which is cold and mechanical and unfeeling. We have a nice teal around the head, a lavender for the hair, and green for the mouth. The green feels nice and sickening, like something is wrong. It's giving us the hint in the correct direction about the undead as well. That one particular shade of green is so poisonous, but it works very well for helping us to understand the tropes associated with the character. Not judging, only casually pointing out patterns. Who me, casually pointing out patterns in the streamer. It's okay, I am a fella of habit. I am very predictable when it comes to character designs. We haven't looked at a redhead yet, but you'll know, you can assume my thoughts about whenever we encounter a redhead. You can assume. But it is funny that all my thoughts about what characters I like or not usually boil down to character design as opposed to whether or not I find them particularly enticing. The character name is Daimon. D-A-I-M-O-N. Daimon. So, also the motifs on the shoulders are skulls. I just noticed this. That's good. That's good. For an undead, makes sense. To have a secondary motif as well. So we're having bones reoccurring. We've got like a spine-like tail and skulls on the shoulders. So, concept and motifs. I know that I'm correct. He is a Graveborn and he is a tank. And I believe I've read his personality correct. I believe he's a child who died of potentially neglect, which is why he is being cared for by a big creature that is not his parent. Was a light bearer. Oh, I forgot I'm supposed to guess what their affiliation was before they became a Graveborn, but I feel like that wouldn't be guessable for him because he's not dressed in clothing he would have worn before death. Although I guess maybe the blue here may have made sense. I like the arena design. Is this design that different from the arena design? I can check the arena design. He was once a military doctor. He was executed for committing murder? What? He cast magic on himself? Oh, wait. Oh, that's what the creature is. Hang on. This creature was a light bearer. This creature's name, wait, no, Niru is his father? Hang on. The way this wiki is written is very confusing. His father became a Graveborn. Daimon was frail, on the brink of death from illness. He used the magic to bring his son back as a Graveborn. His mother is Shamira, who's another character. Oh wait, so they are a family together. Maybe he wasn't neglected, but yeah, the lore seems kind of wild. His mom let herself die so that they could all stay together? But what in the world? I don't know why he gets to come back to life with a new creature with him. Stitchy is his friend, which is the doll. So I guess they just have created this creature to protect their son, is what it is. Okay, wild lore. Anyways, I think I was able to aptly understand what is going on here. He does look frail and sickly, unfortunately. Creature's protecting him, I guess his playstyle and his faction. Seems right. Complexity versus clarity. I don't really have any trouble understanding things as far as clarity goes. He is mostly dressed in white, framed against the darkness of the other character. I can mostly determine the edges of clothing and separated elements in the design. Level of detail seems sufficient, where the larger creature is less detailed, but it still has some little bits of details that are specific enough that we don't feel it's under-designed, but it's under-detailed, so that way the higher detail of all the bandages wrapping around Daimon's body himself then becomes focal to us, without having it be too overwhelming to look at. So I really don't have any issue with the complexity or clarity. I do wish maybe that he was more specific. Like, this is just like bandage wrapped around child, but it is referencing clothing a little bit, so I'll give them that. And the asymmetry is what's preventing me from taking points off for it. And then color palette. We were sort of talking about that before I got distracted, but the color palette is purples and magenta browns and more than one undertone of white. We have a cool white and we have a warm white. We have neon green. We have a black that is really just a dark navy blue. Lovely. Good variety. Exactly what I want to see. This is a 10 out of 10 for me. We haven't gotten one of these on the new rubric, have we? As far as character design for characters in games. I don't know if we got one for a VTuber yet either, since I started the new rubric. Have we had a character get a 10 out of 10 yet on this rubric? This might be the first one. Because I don't think I gave one in Dislight. I genuinely don't have really anything I would suggest to change about this design. It works overwhelmingly abundantly to me. All the details that are here exist to serve the purpose of telling us that this is an undead creature who is hulking and scary, taking care of an undead child who is small and zombie-esque. It works. It all just works. Modified 10 out of 10 for a VTuber design. Oh, okay, so we had a modified one. We haven't had a Nat 10. So this is our first Nat 10. Congrats, Daimon. I kind of feel bad that he's not on a thumbnail because this was my favorite character from when I had played Arena. I am intrigued to see what his design was like in Arena now, if it was that different. Daimon. Oh, so it's just like more Art Deco-y, but I would say the character design is ostensibly the same. The art is really neat. Do you see how cool this is? Look at this art. Oh, I love the texture work in these, and I love how flat they are. Is it a PvP game? I believe there's PvP aspects of the game, but I don't think you have to participate in the PvP. I think it's like, not to compare it to Uma Musume, but like, you can play the core game without engaging in the PvP, but the PvP is a way that you can earn the currency that you use for gacha pools, probably, and that's where all the whales come out. No shoes in this child is okay because they're not alive. Yeah, I complained about it for Claire because she is a living child who is running around in the snow. This character isn't alive, therefore I guess cannot be impacted by the elements. But yeah, wow, the art style for this game is lovely. Oh no, I closed that tab, which is not what I wanted to do. Just the color vibes were a bit different. A little bit. I would say this is a little bit brighter. I love the geometric rendering style of Arena, which is one of the reasons why I was playing in the first place. The art style was just so nice. And you can tell that this is a design created with the idea of silhouette in mind. We've got symmetry, we have all these angular elements, the posing is done intentionally to allow for negative space. Mwah, chef's kiss. Lovely. No shoes or a ghost thing. Poor zombie kid has rocks in his feet. I don't think he's rocks in his feet. Or if he did, it'd probably heal. He's not really walking around very much, it seems like. Oh, hello, cheetah. That has stayed with us all of this time, for some reason. I think he's being carried around mostly, so I don't know which walking he's doing. If the ground is coarse, I'm sure his big creature will carry him around and he won't have to deal with it, and he'll be A-okay. But, anyways, 10 out of 10! Good work, my man! Finally, or maybe not finally, depending on time, I may grab another one at the end. We may get through a surprising, whopping 8 characters here today, which would be crazy. So this is Zanie, who is the theoretical, maybe, last character we're going to look at. Let me drink a little beverage. And I pulled her because I wanted to have another character who has a different body type than the others, and showed off another, I guess, race that is in this game, which is the dwarves. They have like dwarf-like characters. Is dwarf what they call them? I actually don't know. This may be incorrect. Little guy. I think because they are tinkers, they probably are dwarves, but I didn't see it listed anywhere. So the same way as we called Eironn an elf, dwarf, probably, maybe. Tinkerer. theoretically. So, gnomes maybe? That was what I was wondering, is it could also be a gnome? Maybe? Doesn't seem like a goblin. Round ears. Friendly. Round shapes, which makes me think could also be gnome or dwarf. Either or, one of those things. So, interesting things to note about this character that we are looking at right now. So, big, exaggerated hair shape! I have this sheet here so we can see the design a little bit more clearly, but big, exaggerated hair shape with all these big, chunky, squared-off braids. I'm gonna guess this character is probably pretty dependable. A lot of squares in the design. So we see squared-off bottom edge of the apron, squared-off edge of the braids. This sort of overall shape of the eye covering is squared off. The armor on the legs is squared off. They're a little bit stockier in build, which seems to make them a little bit more defense-built. Character defies tropes I'm impressed. Exactly! And also the fact that I feel like we very rarely see, like, especially feminine dwarf characters. I will say, she's not all that feminine in her attire. I'd say her attire is a little bit more neutral, but she has pink hair, and it's long, and it's braided, and it's well kept. So for the fact that she's a dwarf, she cares about her appearance enough to, you know, maintain her hairstyle. She's got her cute little gears, holding her pigtails back, which seems like her hair is actually multiple colors. Yeah. Yeah. So immediately I am endeared to her, and I am a fan of the proportioning. So her silhouette, just from her hair, if we look here, makes her probably very easy to identify. The big, chunky braids, her weapon that is attached to her body, so I do count this as being a part of her. It seems like it is physically a part of her that is not removed. Adds asymmetry, as do her, like, little pockets she's keeping her tools in. We can tell she's a tinker also. She's got her welding glasses or goggles. She has her apron on. This, to me, almost feels like a joke about the fact that this could be, like, a welding gun of some sort. Like, that's her MIG welder. And it's, like, feeding out, it's extruding material out the tip. But I think it's a gun. I think she's a marksman of some sort. I think she is ranged, probably. Feels like the bangs are pushed back out of her eyes by the headband. It does. It feels like she's having her hair held back by it for practicality's sake, so that way she can see, which is good. Love a little practicality. Oh, and then the other thing I wanted to mention is that I find it very interesting that I don't know what this object is. I don't know what it is. It has a little piece of ice in it. Seems sort of reminiscent of the staff that we saw the earlier character have. I don't remember her name was already. What was her name? Blue girl. Cassidy. She had an ice staff that had a very similar top design to it, with like a claw holding a shard of ice. But what is this shaped like? I think you can guess what it's shaped like. Or are you aware of what it's shaped like? Do you see a reference being made in its shape? Sorry. Sorry. I didn't mean to say shard. I misspoke. I tongue-tied myself. Virus. Yes. Yes. It looks like a virus, which is very interesting. I wonder if this is a drill design, where this is something that is channeling some sort of arcane magic into the top part of it, and, oh, excuse me, it plants itself down and then drills down into the ground. Thinking not safe stuff. No, Rex, get your head out of the garbage can, get your head out of the garbage. I think this is a drill that is meant to reference a virus, which makes me interested about the rest of her design, if there is something about her that has to do with medical things. It makes me intrigued. I wish there was something like this referenced in her clothing, where, you know, it seems like there could be some science or biology or something. Question for bio nerds to shine. Yeah. Rex, stop digging in the trash cans. Come on. No raccoons. Come here. You can be like, what's his face from Honkai Star Rail later, but not right now. No. Riku chastising you. Anyways, so, concept-wise, she's a little stockier. Stell, yeah, Stell, or what is the guy's, it's not, we said Caleb earlier, that's a different character from a different game. What's the main character he's my guy. Kaleiji. Who's Kaleiji? What the hell is his name? His name starts with K, but I don't know how it ends. He doesn't have, like, a typical name. What's his face? Yeah, the Stell that's a guy. The Stell that's not Stell. The Stell that's me. The Stell whose body I stole. Kalis, thank you. Calem's a good guess, but I think his name is Kalis. It's been almost a year since I touched Honkai Star Rail, and it's showing, perhaps. Whoops. which is really funny. If we look at my, Twitch, like, Wrapped thing they do, where they show you, like, what categories you streamed in and all of that, because I've streamed in so few categories. I think I streamed Honkai Star Rail twice in 2025. It's in my thing, because I didn't stream in enough other categories. For it to have been more than 2 streams in that, I think I only stream in art and just chatting. I've done, like, 2 hand cams that were building things, and I think I've done Gartic Phone, like, twice also. So, like, those 2 streams of Honkai Star Rail, I guess it's a significant part of my year, despite the fact that I think 90% of my things I do is just chatting. Was in my rap too because of you? Ha ha, hee hee, hoo hoo, ha ha. Get gotten. If I have to suffer with it, then you do too. Hee hee hee. Sorry, I'm being mean. Anyways, as I was saying, I don't know why I was talking about Galus. I lost the plot on that one. This character. So, silhouette, very easy to identify. There's a little bit of natural asymmetry in the hair, where the top of the hair isn't posed symmetrically, which is nice for silhouette reasons. There's also some asymmetry in the holster on one leg for the gun, which is practical, because it is attached to the body, so the gun adds asymmetry and adds to the silhouette anyway. Everything's fine, this is great. I don't have the scary face toggle, so I will just sit like this while this is going on, so you can tell everything is fine and great. Somehow I only watch you. I may have also rated people who are playing Honkai Star Rail when that happened. Oh, look at me! I'm maximum hats right now. I have 2 whole hats. I finally also fixed Gary so he doesn't show through my hat in that version. But, okay, hang on. Silhouette. Beautiful, no notes. Fantastic, easily identifiable. Great. Terrifying? What about now? Is this any less terrifying? Oh my god, look at the pixelation of the GIF behind me. Now that is terrifying. Now that is truly scary. Feast your eyes upon the glorious halftones of Squiiji while I make a grade. I'm gonna keep my secrets. Guess what the grade is. Guess what the grade is. Hang on. Actually, I haven't even gone through everything yet. I was gonna make you guys guess. I'll make you guess later what the grade is gonna be. Don't worry, I won't subject you to up close and personal in your face. I'm not gonna breathe down your neck. That's considered rude in most places. And in, you know, the favor of us all staying healthy in the fall, which is what time of year it is now, or winter, whatever we want to call it. It's cold out, so we don't get sick. I'm gonna keep my distance. Anyways, level of detail. I feel like this is kind of a default, like, dwarf or mechanic outfit. I feel like I could have used just a little bit more specific detail, but I do appreciate that we have this gear-shaped element in the center of the chest with some, like, gauges on it and a knob. The gun seems a little bit more specific. I love that it's like a little tiny ray gun. It's a little more futuristic. We've got a repeating motif of these circle elements with lines through them, which is decent. I feel like it's just missing something as far as detail goes, and maybe as far as color goes also. And this is a character where for the first time, what the heck is their faction? What faction would you guess for them? Out of the options we've seen, we've talked about the factions. So there are the Maulers, who seem to prioritize battle, and they're usually cat adjacent or animal adjacent. They tend to be dressed in warm colors. Then we also have the Graveborn, who are undead. There is no particularly dwarf faction, I don't think. The dwarves seem to be in multiple factions. I already know, so I won't say. Yeah, don't say. We have the Lightbearers, who tend to be sort of like knightly and European, like historically, like medieval Europe adjacent, often, but not always. Often. They tend to have blue. Then we have green for the Wilders, who tend to be a bit more nature and naturalistic. That's where the elf fella was, with Greyborns, who are undead in some capacity. Did I miss one? We didn't talk about the Hypogean or the Celestials, but it's neither of that. I didn't pull any for this one. You know, so you won't say. My guess, based on color palette, was going to be the Maulers. But I don't think that's right, because this character does not seem like they are eliciting any of the ideals of that area. I don't know if any of the factions, especially as far as I am aware, prioritize like science? Is there science associated with one of them? An engineer? But the light bearers are usually medieval in their theming, so I don't think an engineer would make sense with them. No. So I think this is the first one where I'm actually kind of puzzled about what faction this may be in, because the color palette leans Maulers, the occupation is leaning in no particular direction for me. It feels more modern than most of the other characters are. I don't know if I have a good guess. I think I would go with Maulers. And then I can tell you're a marksman because you have a ray gun. But I think that's kind of a dead giveaway. Otherwise, you're kind of stocky, so I may have thought you may have been something else. But you're not armored at all, so distant combat makes sense. You have, like, arm guards on, but they read more like gloves for working. I wish your fingers were covered. There's not really a good reason to have your fingies out if you're working in the forge as an engineer. And you got shin guards. Yeah, I don't know. Lean towards combat-oriented based on the kinds of inventions? Maybe. So I would lock in for Mauler, but I think I'm wrong. I don't think I'm right, but I think I'm going to be surprised by what it is, because I don't remember. I checked at some point. Could you be new a faction or factionless? I don't think any of the characters are factionless as far as I'm aware, that we're looking at least. There may be factionless characters in the game, but I think this one has a faction. Hi, Toonie! Glad you're up to stream too. So, Wiki does say light bearer. So, who would guess that? Zeop, you were right. Engineer for light bearers, and she's a marksman. Okay, so I got marksman. Light bearers. If they wanted to make it seem like she was a member of them, I'm surprised by the fact that they broke the convention of color palette for her. Where if we just had something in here blue, I would have been much more likely to guess it. And that's the strength of when you build a lore in your game and you build a visual identifier for factions, use it, repeat it, throw them in there. Give me a little blue in here somewhere. We could have made it so that instead of having warm in the undertone for this design, all of these warm elements could have been cool in undertone. And if they were cool in undertone as opposed to warm, I probably would have guessed correctly. So let me just see if I can do a funny little color presto changeo on here to see if I can get this to read as the faction it's supposed to. So we can leave the red accents. I think the red accents will be fine, and the gold accents also, because all of the groups seem to have gold. But let me just see if I can grab, whoops, hang on, most of these, and I'm gonna see if I can just hue shift them and apply editing layers to them to make them lighter, or not lighter, cooler in undertone. Oh, thank you for beverage. I will partake in some presently. Let me like, yep. I'm not doing a perfect job selecting things. I just want to get a general idea if this is something that would work or not. Yep. And then, oh, I don't even know why I sectioned the legs off. The legs would be a part of it. Just grab all of that and then grab all of this except for the armored part. Because I think that's already cool enough in undertone. Although maybe I have to make it cooler so that it matches. Grab these, because they're also not colors that we're seeing really in other places. And then get rid of that. We don't need that or that. Let's see. So if I were to go... Uh-oh, my mouse isn't working. Hang on. Hi, Almontes. Oh, thank you for making me drink. I will drink. Genshin is a purple pyro character now. That means nothing to me. Unfortunately. What color was pyro before? Was pyro not red? I think the Geo ones were, yeah, Geo was orange. I, like, don't remember them. I have time to look at Hammy's design, maybe, depending if we are quick here. We're gonna doing some retexturing on previous block benchmarks while watching. Good luck! I hope you enjoy. Nay. I'm now a horse. I was saying earlier I wasn't very stable. Now I'm much more stable. Let's see. Layer, new correction layer. Ooh, give me color balance. Let's see if I can push and pull some values. I gotta clip this though. Bam. Let's see. If I pull a little bit more cyan in. Ah, look at that. Already. I think I'm already more in the right direction here. I think it needs more blue instead of just strictly cyan. But honestly, I feel like that's all I would have needed to do. Maybe. Electro was purple, Pyro was red. Oh, so they did a little flip-floppy on you. But look at that! Hang on. I may have accidentally had a little bit too much magenta in it right now. Let me pull magenta a little bit. Because I don't want the color palette to accidentally be reading like you are a Graveborn. But if I... Whoop, hang on. It's not preserving the brightness quite properly the way that I would want it to. But let's see if I go like this. Does that help? Kind of. But I would say that this is a little bit more what I might expect from the color design if we're trying to put you in that faction. Cool colors. Maybe something could be a little bit more directly blue. But this helps conceptually. And then this also makes the hair stand out so much more because it's not as analogous. So now the orange becomes complementary to the rest of the clothing, and the hair becomes much bolder too. I will say, focal point wise, there's one thing happening here that I might tone down just a little bit. But, so, for concept, dwarf, engineer, easy, got it. Faction, don't got it. Just need to change the colors. That's not that big of a thing to fix. Peculiar, but it still says I have 15 people watching, so I don't know how that would work. Oh, hang on, wait, I think it came back. Error, YouTube is not receiving information. Oh, God. YouTube, don't do this to me. YouTube. Hey, Karma, please don't eat my stream. I'd appreciate it if you didn't. Oh, it seems like they're really far behind also. Weird. Intriguing. It seems like it's kind of working now, though. We'll see. Anyways. Focal point. Did YouTube get silenced? They may have. I don't know if they could hear me that whole time. YouTube, can you hear me again? Am I back? Was I gone? Are you guys there? Somebody! Anybody! Is anyone out there? Yelling into the void. Screaming from the top of the mountain. Yep. Oh, okay. So you guys are here now. I think it was down. You're live? Okay, thanks. Thank God. YouTube works? Yes? Oh, okay. It seemed like it wasn't, but maybe it is back now. Focal point. This thing. If we handled it just the way we had the other red areas, it would not be as much of a trouble. I think if we even just pushed it so that there's not such a bright core to it, it would still be less focal, but I may also just like push the edges more towards the red that the upper body is. I get that we are supposed to understand that this is like magical and molten, but it's distracting. This can be something that could work very well as a secondary focal point because it is something that is a weapon and it is integral to the employment as an engineer. However, it's just too bright. I might even have to push it back from what I'm doing right now, but right now I'm knocking the colors back one. That's not as focal, but honestly, I still feel like we could just probably make it just this red with maybe just like a tad tiny bit of orange rendering in the center. And that would be fine, because then the hair can be a little bit more focal. So if I go like that, like we're seeing like that this is some sort of like glossy surface or something. That's a little better. It's not as interesting, unfortunately, but it's less focal now. Dark outline doesn't help, you're right. Burn her hair. No, I don't know about that, because it seems like this is a character who cares about her appearance and who wouldn't be wandering around with dirt or grime or things like that going on with her. YouTube did decide to pull the plug for a little bit. Whoops. Whoopsie. This is the power source is needed for gameplay. I mean, we could still tell this is a power source of some kind, even if we just toned it back a little bit. It's just too bold. So be a cool redhead. Maybe also true, because I do think one of the weaknesses happening also is that they've made the hair much lighter around the face, where the contrast of the pink hair against the face could be really helpful, but I think they just pulled all the lighter sections because the hair has like lighter bits and darker bits. Put the darker bits around the face and then we can frame the face with them. Because you already have white in this design, so we don't really need... Hang on, that one might actually be too bright to do on this layer. So we don't actually really need to make these elements white. They'd already be competing with something. If we can make them more saturated, like that is helping me as far as clarity goes with the face. Just a little bit. Honestly, I might take some of it out because it feels like we're losing detail, but I need something. If they ombre the hairs under the color, it'd be lovely. That's true. That could work, but that wouldn't bring us into the face, would it? Because we're ombreing, that's probably starting at the ends. If the hair was darker at the ends and lighter towards the face, that may help bring us in, potentially. But I still feel like we may need to do something more directly with the face itself, where, you know, you have these red eyes. What if the eyes in our switched color palette were closer to, like, one of these darker purples, maybe? So we're getting really dark, contrasty eyes. Let me just try this as a color layer to see if this is enough. Oh, I might need a multiply layer over it. But if the eyes were really dark, you could still have, like, a light highlight in them, maybe. That is a warm color, so we can see, like, the fire in her eyes. But I do think that giving this character dark eyes may be beneficial also. Let's see. So go like that. We can still bring, like, a little pop of red back, so we can see, like, that's gonna have a little more contrast. I feel like that helps a little bit. The fact that her eyebrows aren't pink is also interesting. That implies that her hair is being dyed. Interesting. Orange to red. Oh, for the ombre of the hair, maybe. Maybe. But I do think also the white shirt is making the face a little bit less focal because the face could be one of the brighter elements and it's not. It's a mid-tone compared to the shirt right now. So either we just need to darken some elements on the face a little bit more or lighten some elements elsewhere, potentially. I still feel like the hair could just use to be darker. What about bright pupils? We could try bright pupils. Let's see what that does. That'd probably be very contrasty, but I could do like a... one of these. Hang on, bear with me. So it's like rimmed in a color. She might look a little bit too otherworldly if I do this, but honestly, I'm not averse to it. It seems like it might actually work. Ooh, it looks like I drew hearts in her pupils, but that is kind of drawing me in. Now we're increasing level of detail in her eyes, which is what's making her eyes more focal. Also, it probably works still even if I didn't have the color layer here. Although, I don't know if it's as effective without the color layer. That seems to work. That seems to be a little bit more focal. That seems to make us want to look her in the eyeball. I like her nice eyelashes, too. Maybe they could exaggerate that a little bit more or something, too. If her eyes were also bright red. If her eyes were bright red, she's gonna look too evil, unfortunately, I think. But if they want to add another color to the palette... Ooh! Wait! Hang on! Listen to me here. Also, potentially as an option, if we're trying to say that she is a light bearer, and their associated color is blue, she really didn't have blue anywhere else, and still currently with my edit doesn't? What if her eyes were blue? Instead of being red? Let me grab, like, a nice blue. I may have to make her eyes brighter. But that could also be an option, potentially, too, if we are trying to do the double duty of make her faction clear and also make her eyes focal. So now we're going to make them focal because they're unique and they are a color that isn't used elsewhere. This is not a good blue. Please do not look at this blue and think, E.g., what are you doing? It's just because I needed something. This is not the blue yet. Bear with me. Tone it down a little bit. There. Ooh, see, that also kind of works. I feel like that also works. Hello, ear. I like your chair. But yeah, so something in that nature. So, unfortunately, this character, focal point, not working. There's really not very much being done to attempt to make the face focal. The center of the chest seems to be the most focal part. Level of detail, complexity versus clarity. I feel like some of the details are still a little bit generic for me. I could use a little more fleshing out. But I do appreciate that she seems to have a repeating motif where other characters don't, by having that sort of circle with slots in it as a shape that appears in the goggles and also on her chest. Color palette. The color palette doesn't really make sense for what her concept is, but the color palette itself isn't an issue. There's a little bit of low contrast between her hair and her skin, which isn't fantastic. But honestly, I'm being a little bit picky about it. It's not bad the way it is. It just isn't working for her concept, but we already took points off for that. So here's her grade. Sadly, not one of the strongest ones. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5. So I think you're tied at the lowest end. But still, a 6.5 is still very much a passing grade. In every way, shape, and form. Not really any issue here. It's still fantastic work being done. Overwhelmingly, good grades being given out here. Once again, as I said at the beginning, Lilith Games seems to nail it when it comes to character design for the most part, and Unfortunately, not in other categories, maybe sometimes, but yeah. Hi! Hi, Duncat. So, yippee! Okay, what is our average score? I'm curious to know. Let me open, or just look at all of my files. So, if I look at the files pretty large, let me do a little math. Can I get a calculator? Calculator. Sadly, I don't think we have time for another character, but I can at least do math. So we have 7. We have a 9. We have an 8.5. We have an 8. We have a 10. Ho 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 ho, that'll help. And let's see, 6.5. Were there 2 6.5s? There may have been. Rip. Yeah, plus 6.5. Okay, 2 6.5s. So, with a total potential for 70 points. Let's see. Whoops, that's wrong. Hang on. Divided by. So let's do 7 characters. Or 70 points. That's a 80%. That's pretty good. That's pretty good, actually. That's a high average. I should go back and check my averages for other games to see what the averages of their grades were. That's good. 80%? Lovely. That's a passing grade in every way, shape, and form. Oh, wait, which reminds me here, real quick at the end here, I want to show you something. I realized that this might be a thing that would make sense for me to do, not as a stream, but just as like a way to keep track of things that we have looked at, is if I make a tier list of the games that we have critiqued the character design of, so I'm just ranking them kind of against each other at large. We're not comparing on a character-to-character basis, but comparing on a game-to-game basis overall. So this seems to be where everything is so far that we have looked at. These are not really like in order in each category, but out of the games we've looked at, I think this is all the games we've checked, right? Guilty Gear, I think, lives on top. Date Everything should be up there with it, because it had a lot of incredibly clever character design work in it. Despite there being a number of misses, there were some absolutely fantastic, fabulous designs in it that I think are a masterclass. Cookie Run Kingdom, similarly. There are some very weak characters in Cookie Run Kingdom, but the strong characters are very strong. Then, in Thumbs Up, Dislight was higher than average. AFK Journey, as far as I'm aware still, I think 80% makes sense for a thumbs up. ZZZ was mostly pretty decent. Arknights was pretty decent. Splatoon was pretty decent. Woo-Wah was pretty good. Limbus Company, I was grading it based on the default designs, and I'm still irked by the fact that they don't differentiate the characters' designs very much, because I'm still bothered by the fact that you can have office attire and be grounded, but you can still add a little bit of personality to them. Come on, I'm begging you. But they did have some creativity and cleverness in their other like skins and their versions, in their egos, and I don't remember what the other things are called, but yeah. And then Genshin is unfortunately mostly towards, or not, the Hoyoverse is mostly at the bottom. Third was fine. I don't know if there were really very many that I would truly write home about. Same with Honkai Star Rail and Genshin Impact, unfortunately. And Genshin Impact was slanted on the weaker end of the Hoyoverse titles. So we started at the bottom, and we've definitely, thankfully, made our way to some less psychic damage-inducing designs, which is very nice. Is there a VOD for the Date Everything critiques? There is! If you go to my YouTube, if you look for Squiiji on YouTube, you can find, I have them all in playlists. If you look through my playlists, there's one for Date Everything. We did a tier list. We didn't do rankings like we did today. But for, I think, every other series here, we have a full critique, like today, where, you know, we go through characters one by one and talk at length about them. Then I think most of these games, other than Arknights, Dislight, Limbus Company, and Splatoon, and this game, AFK Journey. I think all the other ones we have tier lists of also, where I just sort of quickly went through the characters and tried to rank them based on design too. But yeah, Gonna watch this ASAP. I love that game. I'm glad. I hope you enjoy. It was good. The character designs were lovely. I was very pleased with them overall. I follow the character artist on Twitter. I also, surprisingly, I didn't know this, I follow one of the character artists for this game on Twitter also, for AFK Journey. I believe they might be one of the art leads. Their name is Aki, I think? But it was just very funny to me that when I was looking through, like, the credits for a lot of them, I was like, I know this person. I know this person. Wait! I follow them. I think I followed them a very long time ago. Squiiji before I was even VTubing. I think back when I was doing 3D modeling, I followed them. But it's just funny. Small world. Should link them somewhere? Hang on, yeah, let me grab them. Let me find them. Let's see if Twitter's search function will be effective for me. AKI. They didn't design every single character, I don't think. Oh wait, wow, perfect. Immediately. Oh, I love that. Their profile picture is funny. So this is one of the character artists for this game. I believe they may be one of the lead character artists. Aki Yunho. They also have an art station, which is where you can see most of their work for this game. They're not the only artist, but they, I think, worked mostly for Arena and some of the newer characters for this. Oh, look at these. Oh, wait, hang on. I can bring it down here so you can see. Oh, look at this portfolio. It's beautiful. Oh, they're so colorful. The focus, the silhouetting. Oh, it's so great. It's so good. We're going to talk about this character. This is an AFK Journey character. We're talking about this fella next week, I believe. They're so cute. Look at them all. That's Shamira from this game. Oh, this was the... We literally looked at this art on stream. Are they the one who draws with this style? Very well could be. But, oh, delicious. Delectable. Cannot sing their praises enough. Oh, they did some art, some Persona art. They have a fan art for Dimitri from Three Houses, I think, somewhere too. Yeah, Dimitri. They drew the Joker a bunch, I guess. Their art is really good. It's really, really delectable. It's very good. Yeah, look at all these guys. Yeah. 2 different Jokers. They drew several Jokers. I'm sure they may be different Jokers, but I don't know which ones they are. But, yeah. Yeah. Worth checking out. Very, very worth checking out. I am a fan. But anyways, yeah, so, ranking. I think this is effectively where I have ranked all these series so far. Nothing has truly wounded me yet. Which may seem kind, considering how much I've talked about psychic damage from certain games, but nothing has truly wounded me. Have you ever thought of critiquing your viewers' characters? I think that'd be a fun community night. We do VTuber design critiques every Monday, which ends up being sort of a mixture of my community and just general VTubers out in the void who've submitted to my forum. But we haven't had one specifically for necessarily my community, outside of when we are designing characters specifically for events that we do. If you're interested in that, we do extra credit events where we do character design, and then we do little showcases. But we do critique the character designs of viewers. I think Monday we'll have one in our slew of critiques for VTuber designs we're doing for Innocent. But yeah, I need to get some eat and drink and snark me. I'd love to join. If you want to join that, here's the form for it. Be aware that there's a pretty long queue of like a couple hundred maybe, but I do get to everyone eventually. Nothing has truly wounded me. Kaya and Tainari. Okay, those individual characters dealt me psychic damage, but Genshin Impact as a whole, I think is not that damaging. I think there are some good designs in there. I think a lot of the designs are kind of meh. And there are designs I'm not a fan of. Overwhelmingly, I think it's very repetitive. And the color design is lacking, but overwhelmingly the game itself is not psychic damage inducing. There's just a couple characters in it that are. Same as Honkai Impact 3rd. There's a couple psychic damage character designs in there. Same as Honkai Star Rail. I don't think I've gotten psychic damage from many other characters in other games. I don't think Guilty Gear even touched that category. Which is good for them. But overwhelmingly, yeah. Good. This is an accurate spread. So, yeah. What am I doing tomorrow? Oh, I know what I'm doing tomorrow. Anyways, hey, before I end today, do you want to know what I'm doing tomorrow? I'll show you what I'm doing tomorrow. If you'd like to sign up for it, you can do it either in the Discord server or on Twitter. Oh, interesting things. I am doing a fungi assignment stream tomorrow. I am going to be pulling people from this post and also from the stream events area of the Discord server to mushroomify based on vibes. I am but a novice mycologist. I don't claim to be all that well-knowing. I don't know everything. But I can still diagnose you based on vibes. Look at me. You get a mushroom, and 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 every single one of you gets a mushroom. Not every single one of you. Because I will let you know that there are currently 177 people who submitted an image on Twitter. And I think there's like 20-ish of you, maybe, from Discord. I'm sticking it into one of those spinner wheels that I still don't know what the name of is, and I made a really funny sound about on Monday. What are those called? The wheel where you have all the little slices of the pie that have a name on them, and it goes, and it spins, and then it goes tick, 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 and it picks one, and then it removes it from the thing. What is that called? A raffle wheel? What do you call it? Pinwheel? No. But anyways, roulette wheel, or like Wheel of Fortune. Yeah, that's probably the way of putting it. But I'm going to be spinning the wheel for each one. I'm going to try and be quick. Try. But you know how I am. You know me. You know that that's not easy. You know I'm going to yap, but certain ones of them are going to be pretty easy to diagnose based on color or vibe or just other things. So I'm going to be pulling out my mushroom identification books. I'll have the interwebs at the ready and open, so I will diagnose you. Come by. By PNG in the tweet. Thank you. Be at work during it. We'll check the video after work, though. Good luck with work tomorrow. You ready the keys? Yeah, tomorrow ready the keys. Just be prepared with them. You know how it goes with me. But I'm allowed to yap a bit. It's a Friday. I can be more relaxed. I don't have to be as perfectly focused. Also, wait. This is a weird question. Am I small? That's a weird way of putting that. I'm short. We know this. That's not related. So, a thing that I have noticed, I don't know why I do this, but so you see how on the screen where you all see me, I am really little in the bottom corner here. I am quite small on the screen for all of you. Should I be bigger? I could change my pose. Be quiet. 5 centimeters small. That's not what I'm asking. Hey. No. Not what I'm asking. VTubers. This is gonna be like, I gotta move it since it's in front of me, but I feel like VTubers are often bigger on screen than I am. I put myself really small. Where like, I feel like a lot more VTubers are probably closer to this size on screen, and I don't have anything happening in this area of the screen that would matter for me to be here. I could move my model up. You're fine because you're not playing a distracting video game, I guess, but like, am I too small? It's probably better. Yeah, like, I don't want to be an eye strain. I could move Gary down a little bit, so that way, like, it seems like he's still, like, in the right place instead of just levitating. But I feel like this might be a better scale for me. But then how would we know you're small? Well, if we do this, if you hit me with a shrink ray, I won't be so small that you can't even see my head. True, Flesh Troopers tend to say smaller, but they also didn't pay thousands of dollars for a model to show off. I also didn't pay thousands of dollars for a model to show off, but I did build this flesh myself, and maybe I should show it off, right? Don't know. Think that works? Okay. Noted. For tomorrow, I might be bigger. I'm growing. Wish I could grow in life. Never bothered before, but probably better. Catan takes up the whole column of the screen. Okay. So, could I... But I feel like I'm so short, it'd be weird if I was, like, here. Like, I don't want my arms to be visible. Because when I'm not using them, they just hang at my sides like this, and I feel like that's not cute. What if I'm like this? What if I'm above my, my text bubble? Hi! I feel like this would be distracting, though. I feel like this is appropriate. Now, I think it's cute. It bothers me. I feel like I could be like this, and this would probably be acceptable, right? So I can still have range of motion and lean around a little bit. I could move my words up. Just saying it's reference fine to take up more space. See, I have to get comfortable with taking up space as a person. I feel bad taking up space. I gotta get used to it. I'm a big guy. I'm big in my thoughts and my words. So, mark my words, maybe. Tomorrow I might be larger. Gary looking at himself in the mirror. Oh, I forgot you can see this. I forgot you're having EG-ception. Sorry. Enjoy your EG-ception. I'll move Gary down. so that he is better placed. And I will give myself, because I'm like on a trigger here, I'm on a toggle, so I have to change my toggle for down here to make me bigger. Yeah, it is weird seeing myself this small now. Because I have all my toggles, I just have to make a toggle for it. Why am I leaning so far forward? Bubble be moved up too? Yeah, I'll move the bubble up. Probably for this also, I'll have to change the way I'm framed, so that way Gary is not going to be too low when I change that, but we'll see. Anyways, tomorrow, mushroom assignment. I wait for the ad break to end because now you're stuck with me, but I can find some to raid in the meantime. YouTube, I can release you though. You are not trapped. YouTube is trapped with me though. I am trapping you, or not YouTube. Twitch is trapped in my basement and I'm not letting you out. If you're in my attic, I'll let you fly free for the evening. Thank you for hanging out with me today, and thank you for your information about the game. I will say, shroom you later. Bye! Alright, Twitch fellas, where are we going?